Carey, Annie.
Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Here we go again. I thought I had it before. Apparently not, but hey y'all, welcome and happy Monday. It's your boy Chris Avalon. Welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show we basically talk about all things going on in celebrity news, entertainment news, and hot topics. So that's definitely a show for you. Stick around because we got a lot of tea to spill, such as we got to talk about Sarah Michelle Gellar is giving us an update on Buffy the Vampire Slayer, the Buffy reboot. There's a big story that came out about Saw. It looks like it might be game over for Saw 11. So we got to talk about that. Plus, we're getting a new Starship Troopers movie from Neill Blomkamp, who directed District 9. So we got a lot of movie news before we get to like the gossip stuff. We got to talk about the first reactions for Snow White. Apparently, they're saying this is a good movie, and it's probably one of the best live iterations of a IP that was animated that we've gotten in a long time. So we're going to talk about that because I know that people that was hating on this damn Snow White movie is big mad. So we're going to get into that. Plus, Joe Russo is speaking out about Harvey Weinstein because a lot of y'all been wondering why a lot of your big tentpole movies aren't getting Oscar nominated. He has an answer, and he says it all has to do with Harvey Weinstein. So we'll get into that. Anthony Mackie is coming under fire because they're talking about masculinity is under attack. So we got to get into that. Plus, he opened up about playing, like his past and playing gay roles and all this other stuff and homophobia and all that. So we'll get into that. Gene Hackman's children apparently are not named in his will, but they're talking about they're still maybe able to claim the estate. So he's, worth over $80 million. The kids do not, I believe he only has 2 daughters. They don't have access to the money. He didn't put them in will, but apparently they said they'd be able to get it. So we'll talk about that. Plus, we got to talk about Tyler Perry, since we're talking about the dead. He went and eulogized Angie Stone, and he went in on the music industry. So we got to talk about that. Plus, Yaya DaCosta is speaking out about America's Next Top Model and the show's Backlash and Tyra Banks and trauma she dealt with and all the other stuff we're doing the show and how they did run into each other at the same very event that she gave her speech to and that sort of thing. Plus, there was someone that worked behind the scenes in America's Next Top Model that was dragging Yaya. So we'll get into that as well. Plus, there was this big story that I saw over at That Grape Juice, and y'all know I love a good debate on this show, so we're going to talk about it. Apparently, Forbes decided to rank Mariah Carey as the top female vocalist of the 90s and had Janet, Whitney, Celine, Tony, and Madonna in the top 10. We're going to talk about that because it started a huge debate over there on my Facebook. Plus, speaking of debates and outrage from people, we got to talk about Gwen Stefani going full MAGA. We also need to talk about Rosie O'Donnell moving to Ireland and saying that she's going to return to the U.S. when it's safe for all citizens to have equal rights. We have to talk about RuPaul's Drag Race in that disastrous elimination lip sync battle. I'm gonna dive deeper into the whole Onya Nerve Arrietty thing. We talked about it on the last episode, but Onya has spoken out, so I want to give her side. And we have an update on the Vivian and her cause of death. Child, I gagged when I saw what apparently they said that they found in her system. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. There was other topics that I wanted to add, like Lady Gaga and the #1 album and Beyonce and the ticket sales have finally, done their big one. But I'm going to save those for tomorrow because I was just like, I think I have like 15 topics that we're going to be getting into today. So it was a lot. So I was like, we got to spread it out. And I understand, like, usually if I'm not here to do a show, things tend to happen and then it becomes a hot mess. So without further ado, let me close all these damn windows. Let's get into our first topic. I'm gonna get to the comments in a second, but I realize I'm gonna start changing some things up. I'm not gonna get to the comments until after I start the show and do the topics and all this stuff, because sometimes when I've been seeing these comments that be popping up, we tend to spend more time yapping about what y'all be writing in the comments than actually getting to the topic. So I'll get into that. And I already see I got like 10 comments that have popped in already. So before we get to the topics, if you can please do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And also I will be putting in timestamps later on when the live is done. So that way, for those who come in post live stream, if you want to go and see what topics that you see in the description that you want to speed up to or click on, just so that when you can get to those topics and don't want to sit through the full show with the banter and the, what we do in the live stream, then y'all can do that. But y'all just gonna have to wait until like after the live. So without further ado, let's get into our first topic, which is Sarah Michelle Gellar. We already know that she's set to, they already got the Buffy reboot coming, and all the fans, including myself, are excited. I with all the mini shows and movies that I've been catching up on, I am rewatching Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And so after I heard that they finally are rebooting it, and Sarah's coming back, we don't necessarily know what the whole story is going to be, but she's saying that they're on the fast track, like they're ready to go. And I'm like, well, I didn't realize they were working this fast. But I guess when you have a great team and everybody behind you and people know what they're doing, fingers crossed, that it's going to be on the fast track, and we may be getting it sooner than expected. So now the actress is 47, told People in an exclusive interview that she is surprised by the current status of the recently announced reboot to the popular series, in which she starred in a career-defining role as titular Slayer Buffy Summers. She said, quote, "We've set up our offices, which means things are progressing, probably faster than I anticipated." Gellar, who partnered with Trainline for its new Ticket to Summer Travel in Europe campaign, says, but she said, "It's going to be a process, I think. To do it the way it needs to be done, everyone has to be patient with all of us because this isn't something that will just happen." Now, People confirmed last month that a new chapter in the Buffyverse is officially in the works over 2 decades after Buffy's final bow. The currently untitled project, which is nearing a pilot order at Hulu per deadline of Variety, which will first report the news, will focus on a new Slayer, with Gellar appearing in a recurring role. So, I think this is news to us because I don't think we knew exactly where they were going to go with the franchise. We thought it was just probably going to be a continuation of like Buffy and maybe like her kid or whatever the case is, but it's going to focus on a new Slayer. And Buffy apparently, or Gellar, is going to appear in a recurring role as Buffy Summers. Maybe she could be a watcher. Maybe she'll be working for the council. Maybe she'll be just a Slayer in the shadows or something or another. We don't necessarily know that yet, but they're saying in a recurring role. So she'll probably come in and do a little Slayeration or two. But the focus will probably be on a much younger actress who can be able to carry the mantle. And I think that's great, is that they're just using Buffy as I guess a buffer to kind of relaunch this franchise, because I guess they feel because of the success of the TV series that people would have had a hard time just accepting a new Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot without Sarah Michelle Gellar. I mean, at the end of the day, when it comes to these type of programs, we need to be able to allow people to come in with their own little versions of whatever. Kind of like when we talk about later on how Neill Blomkamp is remaking Starship Troopers. I just feel like we can always go for a different, but I mean, we accepted when Sarah Michelle Gellar came in after the original movie with Christy Swanson, but I guess maybe the reason why we were a little more forgiving in regards to that, and why I guess maybe the TV show surpasses the original Buffy movie, is because the original Buffy film, which was written and directed by Joss Whedon and starred, Paul Rumens, may he rest in peace. Luke Perry, may he rest in peace. Christy Swanson, fuck that bitch, because she's full MAGA or whatever. She's a lunatic. That movie wasn't that great. It has its moments. There's things about it that I cackle at. Overall, it's not a good movie. Whereas the TV show, it kind of just found a way for a lot of those campy moments and everything to make it work. But they managed to, I don't know, it's just like the overall, I don't know how to explain it, but it's just like the tones, the metaphors. I just feel like that you could spend a lot more time developing that universe in a TV setting versus in the movies, and all the metaphors and everything that was going on with that. It just worked for the time. And so I'm definitely curious to see where they're going to go with this film. And I guess, be it the fact of her saying that, not I guess, but it's pretty much, I guess you could say, common knowledge, that if she's saying that we're setting up our offices, she is coming on board as an executive producer. So she's going to have a lot of say in the overall tone, the vibe, the energy, what Buffy encompasses, like what was her core, the overall vibe of the show. Like she was there, she did all 7 seasons. She was number 1 on the call sheet. So if anybody understands the world of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and even if you're not going to have Joss Whedon be on board, although I'm sure he's going to get like a cut because this is his creation, whether you like what Joss Whedon was all about or not, and how problematic apparently he was behind the scenes. Buffy the Vampire Slayer is his creation, so of course he's going to get a piece of that pie. They just don't want him involved in the show. But being that Sarah was there, and Sarah was number 1 on the call sheet, and she was in every season from beginning to the end, she knows that world better than anybody else, especially, like I said, if you're not going to have Joss Whedon on set. So I trust in that she knows what she's doing. I had somebody in my comments that was just all about, well, I don't know if anybody want to see an older Buffy. But look, so we could accept an older, we can accept Tom Cruise in his 60s jumping from one plane to another, or hanging off the end of the edge of a train and doing all crazy stunts. We could accept Keanu Reeves in who's now 60. And you know I love my Virgo brother, because my Virgo twin, because we both September 2nd. We can accept Keanu Reeves doing John Wick stuff, but you can't accept Sarah Michelle Gellar, who's half their age, doing martial arts and slaying vampires. Why is that not believable? It is definitely believable that you can see older people in an action scenario. You see Charlize Theron, 50 years old, still out here doing her crazy stunts. I can't wait for The Old Guard 2 when that comes out later this year on Netflix. Because I love seeing Charlize Theron in action. I like seeing a lot of people in action. So if we could accept older men, then it should not be a problem to see older women. So yeah, I think that's all I have to add on that. So overall, I'm pretty excited, and these are the people that's also going to be producing. So we have what was it, Chloe Zhao, who directed The Eternals, which I know a lot of people didn't like, but The Eternals isn't bad. So she's coming on board, and then of course, Dolly Parton has produced the original series. I'm not sure she produced the movie, but I remember, I can't remember all the time I had if she did or not, but she did produce the show, the original series, and I'm glad that she's coming back on. So I'm actually excited for the new Buffy the Vampire Slayer series. I can't wait to see what they're going to do with it, what the full plot is. And yeah, so that's all I got to say on that. But I want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think of this story? Are you excited the more that you hear in regards of Sarah Michelle Gellar speaking about Buffy the Vampire Slayer reboot and saying that, yeah, things are progressing and we're already set up shop. The pilot is probably going to go any day now. What I'm really looking forward to is the conversation of the casting. Like, who are the new kids that's going to be coming in? What's the whole tone and plot line of the show? I mean, what we know so far is that she's going to come in Sarah's going to come in a recurring role, and they're going to focus on a new Slayer. So what's that world going to be like? Where's it going to take place? Is it Sunnydale? Is it going to be in a whole new town? Like, is it going to be more in an urban setting, meaning like, or I should say metropolis? So like before it was in the suburbs. So are we going to have it in like a metropolis, like a Chicago or New York, like that vibe? I think that would be a different turn of events if you could do a Buffy the Vampire Slayer in a more metropolitan type of scenario versus when it was in the suburbs of Sunnydale, California in the 90s. So who's going to be that? And who are the legacy characters that are going to return? Is there a possibility that you're going to have David Boreanaz come back? Are we going to get James Marsters back? Are you going to find a way to bring back Charisma Carpenter? Justice for Charisma, because I hated the way that Joss did her with Angel. So you're going to find a way to bring Charisma Carpenter's Cordelia back. Are we going to get Willow? Is she coming back? So I would love to see all these other characters. And yeah, we all know, like, unfortunately, we lost Michelle Trachtenberg. So, I would have liked to have seen where she would fit in this show, and if she will be mentioned, if there was any plans to ever bring her back if she were alive, or now that she's no longer with us, what would be the whole story around that? How are you going to handle Dawn's character? Are we not going to mention her? Are you going to bring her up? Like, I'm curious with all those things. So I got a lot of questions, apparently. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Lord Jesus, it's a fire. There's like 20, damn near 30 comments. Hold on. It's a good morning to my favorite entertainment media podcast. I'm not gonna lie, I wish you were younger than you could do this as your 9 to 5, because I started watching Zach Peter, cute guy, but damn went down. Well, shit, my age ain't got nothing to do with anything. I could still do well, if I had, I think my only regret is that I didn't jump into the YouTube space 15 years ago, like a lot of people did, or very few people did. Yeah, there was a couple of people that jumped into the YouTube space and they were able to make a career out of it and make so much money. Now it's just a cesspool of so many people out here that it's just like, yeah, it's not a lot of time, energy, money, all the other stuff that people could put into doing YouTube. And YouTube ain't shelling out money like they are to certain, conglomerates. You'll hear Funky Dineva, who's been doing podcasting or doing this for like 15 years, and talks about how he makes $50,000 a month just from YouTube. And I'm like, well, goddamn, can I get that money? Like, if I was making 50K a month, bitch, trust and believe, my ass would be up in here giving y'all a show 5 days a week. I might have to push for 4, because then, I'm all for, 4 days a week, 3-day weekend. I wish that was something that we could just give regular American workers. 4-day week, 4-day work week, 3-day weekends. I think people would be in such a better mood if we had that. But that's what I would do with this show. I would give y'all like a 4-day a week, 2-hour show. I'd have full on production. Well, maybe just me and another producer that can come in and just hold everything down while I just talk and do everything I ask them to do, rather than them coming in and being like, well, doing what they want to do with my shit. But unfortunately, in this day and age, it doesn't work out that way. But I know there's other avenues that people jump on where they do stuff. I really wish I could do it. I probably could do a TikTok live, but I gotta figure out how to do that. I wish there was a way that they had a link for TikTok where you could attach on, like, StreamYard had a TikTok situation where I could link it to this and I could do a live stream from there and make money that way. But I don't feel like you got to hug up the phone. This is too much. So I hope they come up with that. Media personalities that are aligned with my political beliefs and love of pop culture. But I get it. They're being suppressed because Trump won. But fuck gay MAGA like Zach Peter. I don't even know who that is, but you said just Google him. You would get tricked and want 1 or 2 nights with the Happy St. Patrick's Day. Yeah, I saw a lot of people celebrating St. Patrick's Day at yesterday we had a Rangers game and we was giving out like green jerseys in honor of St. Patrick's Day. So yep, Happy St. Patrick's Day. Child, we are not gonna make this a thing. Not Uncle Chris. Poor Lydia. We're gonna be talking about her later on. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I liked her, but she wore the wrong. Why it looked like she was wearing like that's something that looked like, like the rugs, the area rugs that you be having in your bathroom. That's what that kind of fabric was given. I was like, I did not like her outfit at all, but we'll talk about all that later. Yes, poor Lydia. Blake is silencing content creators, and Glamour basically said content creators are not media. And you talking about that Blake Lively? Well, I thought he was talking about Blake Shelton for a minute. Screw her. Sound like they pushing to get Buffy out in the fall. That's what I was thinking too. I'm like, well, damn, we're already in March. Y'all talking about y'all setting up y'all offices. I really feel like they're gonna start filming the show late spring, early summer, and we should have it by the fall, which I'm here for. But Hulu, I need y'all to release it weekly, kind of like y'all did with a lot of y'all shows. Please don't fall in the same trap as Netflix. Netflix just be dumping stuff on their channels, and then they cancel stuff after like one season. They don't never release their numbers, so we don't never know how well their movies or their shows do. That must be blowing my. First of all, who in the hell over there? Somebody need to be fired. Because who the hell spent $300 million on the budget for Electric State? Like that movie, when you look at it with Millie Bobby Brown and that other one, the nut, Chris Pratt, um, Gwen Stefani, Prayer Buddy. I don't know how y'all gave that amount of money to that movie. Like, where they do that at? That movie should have been at least the budget $100 million, or I would even go as far as say 125. Not no damn $300 million. And then y'all just dump it on Netflix and hope and pray that y'all watch it. Sidebar: I don't know if y'all know this, but Honora is on Hulu. If you have not seen it, definitely check it out. My favorite season of all time. Mine too. Halloween is my favorite. I hope we get Angel back because I love that damn show. And I hated how they went out with that last season. I felt like that the final season was abruptly canceled and they just had to stitch something together real quick. So I always felt like the final season of Angel was a bit anticlimactic. And it's no shade. As much as I love Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I feel like I liked Angel slightly more than Buffy. And I think probably because Buffy the Vampire Slayer was all about my years as like an awkward teen or whatever, so I resonated with that. But then Angel was like my transition into adulthood, so it kind of felt like it was more of a grown people show that me as a kid was watching. So that's why I liked it more. And I like the fact that they found a way after season one, because I felt like season one, they were attaching it too much to Buffy. It was like, we got to have people pop up from the show. We got to have Oz come on. We got to have Cordelia there. Well, it made sense to have Cordelia go to that show because where would she have fit within the Scooby Gang? So in a way, the best way to get her to go over with Angel and have her, trying to be a struggling actress, that she ends up working for him at his agency, his what was it, private detective agency for the supernatural, which we liked. I liked that whole turn. And having her work there as kind of his receptionist. And then she progresses something more after, Glenn Quinn, may he rest in peace, did what he did and passed off his power to her. I like where they were going with that, but then they were doing too much of like, let's just have Oz pop up and let's have this one for the show pop up and that one. And it became too much. And then, but I'm glad like once season two progresses, was like, okay, we need to kind of, we still are acquainted with Buffy, but we need to find our own identity with Angel. And I believe that they really did that with the show. So I was mad when they canceled that show. We're going to have to wait to see if we're going to get Angel back. Well, I guess they'll probably revisit it with the success of Buffy. They'll be like, you know what, maybe we should look into Angel. But then again, you're going to have to explain why David Boreanaz look older. And look, his show SEAL Team 6 is done. So y'all better lock him in. Like Gwen Stefani. Buffy MAGA? What is that? San Michelle Gellar is not MAGA. Its spinoff Teen Angel worked out. Wait, there was a Teen Angel show? Where was I? And Dolly Parton is back as well, who many people don't know that her company, Sand Dollar, was a production, and she had an uncredited role. Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that Dolly Parton. I knew that like years ago, but I always forgot. I can accept Pink, who is 44 and can do a backflip and fly across the venue. Exactly. They think people who are older are using walkers. That's what I said. Look, Keanu Reeves said that his knees ain't what they used to be, but he said he's up for doing another John Wick. And look, they just reported the other day, last week, really, that we are getting a John Wick 5, but y'all better hurry up, because like Keanu Reeves said, my knees ain't what they used to be. So let's get in one more movie. But I really feel like they need to start expanding on that universe. Hopefully what they do the same thing with Buffy, that I feel like the Buffy verse, we definitely need that. I kind of wish we had a supernatural verse too. I know they've been trying to pass on so many spin-offs. Like they tried to do so many spin-offs with Supernatural and they never worked out. But I hope they revisit those. They even had like the Winchesters at one point. I couldn't get into that show. So maybe it's like, I don't know, maybe, Eric Kripke, can you get on that now that The Boys is in their final season that y'all currently filming, and they got 3 of the cast members from Supernatural that are going to actually be on the final season of The Boys. So we got Jensen Ackles, fine ass, coming back. Now they also told me Jared Padalecki is going to be in an episode, and Misha Collins. So I'm excited to see that, even though The Boys is like hit or miss with me and a lot of the stuff, because I feel like it hits too close to home with the Trump stuff. And it's like we already being bombarded with a lot of that foolishness as it is in real life. I don't want to have to see a reflection of it in the TV shows. But since it's the final season, I'm going to sit and watch it and see what it is. We said, I mean, do they though? Because the only one, well, you saying that you'd rather see a faculty television show. Well, we're getting a faculty movie, and it's being damn. Who's directing that? I believe the director of The Companion is directing a faculty remake. So I know you would probably want a faculty TV show. Who knows? Maybe that will come down the road. But right now, they're working on rebooting the movie, which I'd actually be here for because I love the original film. People want Nicholas Brendan back, and I'm like, he need. Well, have y'all not been watching them episodes of Dr. Phil when he was on there? Nicholas was a mess. I don't know if he still is, but Nicholas is a mess. So I don't know if it's a good idea. I mean, I don't know where where he's at in his life. If he could actually want to come back to acting, they probably say she died in the act. Well, you'll see. Speaking of dying and keys and things, I finally got around to watching two things. I saw Kraven the Hunter, finally, which was not a good movie. The opening sequence, I was like, okay, I'm here for it. Then when they started, right after we see the opening sequence, when he goes into the prison, and then after it goes and all of a sudden it flashes back to when Kraven and his younger brother, and then you saw Russell Crowe fat ass up in there with that horrible ass Russian accent about be a man and playing all these cliched stereotypes of masculinity every 5 seconds. I was like, oh my God, who wrote this goddamn script? The script, the dialogue, everything about it was a mess. The taking 30 minutes of the movie after 8 minutes of an opening action sequence and spending the next half hour giving us a backstory that none of us asked for with Kraven. Then he gets attacked by a lion because his father wants him out here poaching. And then all of a sudden, Calypso has a potion on her that she just so happy, oh, I'm going to just pull out this potion and just revive him. Like, really, sis? Like, who? I became so irritated watching that movie. It was just background noise for me. And then yesterday, I found on my way home because I don't understand. Like trains in New York City are god awful. MTA, don't ask me for no more goddamn money until y'all get it together with your damn train service. So I'm on my way home. It literally took me an hour and a half. I was able to sit and watch from the time I left that Rangers game to getting home. We watched the whole Venom movie. The third one, The Last Dance, is on Netflix too. Both movies on Netflix, by the way. Kraven the Hunter and Venom, because I thought I wasn't spending money in no damn theater to watch it. I spent $17.99 for the Netflix. So I sat and watched. I'm like, this movie is stupid. Now I will say this: Tom Hardy did his big one. Him as Eddie Brock and Venom. I'm not going to take it away from him. He acts his ass off in that movie. He seemed to be having more fun than the script allows. But watching the movie, I'm sitting there like the whole plot line with the Kodaks and then the villain and the demons that were going through the little portals coming into our world to try to find the Kodaks because at one point Eddie died and which connected him to the symbiote. And also, I'm just sitting like, okay. And it's funny how I was able to follow all that along. But I was like, this movie is stupid. Even like, what was the point with him? What's her name, Mrs. Chen, when they went to the Vegas and they had a little dance moment? I'm like, why would you be dancing in full Venom, knowing full on well that these creatures are out here looking for the Kodaks? Like, make sense. Why would you write that into the script? But I guess maybe they need to do that so they can get the creature to come and show up. But then, of course, he turns back. Then the military shows up. Then he gets kidnapped. And then I was like, okay. And then you had Chiwetel Ejiofor, who I absolutely love, but he irritated me in this damn movie. So it was just like, I'm so glad Sony is taking a break from the way they be handling Marvel movies because y'all don't know what the hell y'all doing over there. I didn't like neither one of them. But I already told y'all I didn't particularly care for Venom. But I was like, just because I guess I'm a masochist, I was like, let me just watch this final movie because I seen the other two. I didn't like the other two. So let me just watch it. And I needed something to watch on my way home. So there was that. So that's my review of Craven the Hunter. Maybe I should cut that up in the episode. That was my review of Craven the Hunter, short but to the point, of Craven the Hunter and Venom. Let's bring the voice of Avatar Korra, Janet Varney, on board to play Dawn Summers. I think fans would get mad if y'all recast the role. So I don't know if they would want to do a whole recast. Why does look Millie Bobby Brown? I hear upset at y'all because y'all keep talking about how old she look. So she blames it on the excuse. Y'all see me when I was 11, literally, from Stranger Things when you play 11. Y'all see me when I was a kid. So now y'all thinking, I said, no, broad. No, sis, that's not it. It's not the fact that we see you as a little girl. We've seen people who we known as kids grow up. Hello, Miley Cyrus. We ain't talking about how old she looked. And we grew up with her. We ain't talking about how old Selena Gomez looked. We grew up with her. Y'all talk about her size, like her figure, and how her weight be fluctuating and stuff, but she has lupus. People need to be understanding with that. But we shouldn't be talking about how big people are anyway, unless they Amy Schumer. But when you grow up or whatever the case is, we're not criticizing that. The fact of the matter is, how you 21, but you literally look like Farrah Abraham. I was trying to think of somebody. Who Farrah Abraham, that's another idiot. So she talking about when it came to her daughter finding out the things that she was doing, I think, don't Farrah have like an OnlyFans or whatever? She was talking about, well, I don't know why people out here, 5-year-olds talking about to my kid about the things that I do sexually. And I say, well, you don't think them kids got parents? You don't think kids hear conversations and they bring that into school? Or you knew? Like when I was a kid in school, you would be shocked the stuff we talked about. I was cussing when I was like 3, 4 years old because of the stuff that I was hearing when we was talking about in class and certain things that you would pick up. So, excuse me, it's this damn soda. This is why I got to stop drinking soda, because I'm going to be gassy on camera. So, people need to be aware of, like, are you not aware of, like, how kids talk and the things that they're exposed to in school? So when y'all be sitting over here thinking about that y'all protecting and shielding y'all kids from things that's going on, you not. You maybe in your delusional mind you are, but you will be surprised what kids are hearing, what they're emulating, and what they're learning from their peers when they're in school. Because I was doing the same thing. There was things I was learning about from my classmates and being exposed to things. I heard that people like that show. I so don't care about Meghan Markle. I don't care about the royal family. I'm so sick and tired of the American media trying to shove the royal stuff down our throat. I just don't see the fascination. So, yes, there was. It aired after, but okay, I must have missed that. That is so funny how, like, yeah, we do collide because we'll talk about something and all of a sudden Kayla says to drop the video. But funnily enough, I did see something that she screenshotted and posted on her page, like, what? This whole thing about people talking about Gwen Stefani or whatever the case is. And I said, girl, I already know. Based on her post, I said a video was coming. And here you come talking about it. I got into the Buffy TV show and Angel. Me too. I love that show. The both shows. You said Netflix movie with Kylie Minogue. Oh yeah, she did do a movie. I totally forgot about that. And look, doesn't her tour start next week? Oh, I'm mistaken. I was already told from work that we can't black out one of the. I don't think it was a Kylie show, but it was the Deftones. The Deftones supposed to be doing a show, I believe, next week, in the beginning of April. Is the beginning of April next week? No, it's in 2 weeks, because next week, today is the 17th. We have the 22nd, and then we have the 29th. So it's the following week. So I know that we have the Deftones is coming up with a show. We got Disturbed coming up with a show this week. And I already said, I really hope they don't burn down the arena, because there's already been too many incidences of the Disturbed show that has been happening. One I heard about that they did a show in Chicago and the pyro was so crazy that they burned up Michael Jordan's banners, because he is a staple within Chicago. Speaking of which, there was a Chicago Bull player, damn, I forgot his name, that ended up in my section because he was trying to get down to the floor during the Big East game. And shout out to St. John's I was so glad that they won. It's been 25 years since they won a Big East tournament. So shout out to them. I was glad that they won. What else is this? Oh, so yeah, there was I forgot his name. Shit. It was Scotty something. It wasn't Scottie Pippen, because I did say to one of the guys that were they was like, "Where's that black bald headed guy? What section was he going?" And apparently, one of the cameramen recognized him. I didn't, because when I'm so busy in the zone, I don't be recognizing nobody. Although yesterday, Taylor Kitsch was at my job, and so was Billy Magnuson, two actors in a fictional world. 1999 was a brilliant year, and so was 2012. I wish we could go back to those days. Maybe that. Well, look. Didn't a famous singer once say, "I wish we could go back to 1999"? Charlie XCX. Anyway, speaking of which, I was actually watching RuPaul's Drag Race, and Charlie XCX was a guest judge on there. It was All Stars, the one with Raja O'Hara and Ginger Minj, and the one that Kylie Sonique loved, the season she won. So, but yeah, 2012 was a good year, except for when we had the what was it, the movie 2012 with, wasn't Jake Gyllenhaal in that? But they had the big, those stupid storm movies. But anyway, let's get into the show. And let's get to our next horror movie topic. Even though technically Buffy the Vampire Slayer is horror series, but it's not a horror movie. So yeah, so there's a rumor that has been going around. Well, this is according to Bloody Disgusting. So shout out to them. And I actually like Bloody Disgusting. Because, they have a lot of really good horror movie stuff over there. So I'm inclined to believe this if Bloody Disgusting is reporting it. Because they're up there with the majors, especially when it comes to horror movie news. So yeah, there's rumors going around that Saw 11, this movie that is supposed to be, I guess, developed a couple of years back, is pretty much DOA. Like, we're not even getting a Saw sequel, apparently. So word on the horror cinematic streets is that after 7 installments, a soft reboot, a spinoff, and an in-between quel, Saw 11 has been reportedly canceled by Lionsgate. Now, after 2 decades, 10 films, and over $1 billion grossed worldwide, Saw remains one of horror's most popular and enduring franchises. Unfortunately, the series' iconic villain Jigsaw may have already set his last trap. According to an anonymous source, BD has verified as being close to the production of its newest sequel, saying, quote, "It's totally dead." This is what the source told Bloody Disgusting. It's 100% over almost a year now. Now, after the commercial and critical success of 2023 Saw 10, Lionsgate saw Saw 11 with a teaser image, or announced, Saw 11 with a teaser image and a September 27, 2024 release date. Not long after, Saw 10 director and franchise veteran Kevin Greutert was revealed as the upcoming sequel's director, with previous series scribes Patrick Melton and Marcus Dunstan on scripting duty. So yeah, they've done it a bunch of times. And here, this is the poster that we're supposed to get. And yeah, I remember they were supposed to fast track it after the success of Saw 10. We were supposed to get it around September of last year. And then September of last year came and went like a fart in the wind, and nothing, no movie. Now, in addition, Saw stars Tobin Bell, Shawnee Smith, and Costas Mandylor, who y'all remember became the next successor of Jigsaw after we saw the deaths of Shawnee and Tobin's characters. So all three were supposed to return to their roles for this outing. However, the release date was eventually pushed back by a year in the spring of 2024, placing its new release date at September 26th, 2025. And we're already 3 months into 2025, and we haven't heard anything yet in regards of like shooting. Do they have a script ready? Are these actors that they said were supposed to be coming back? What's the plot? Like, we haven't heard anything. So what happened? So according to the source, everything went sideways in January of 2024. The producers started fighting. The girls are fighting over on Saw. So while one producer attempted to plow forward with the film, the other put up roadblocks, stifling Saw 11's production. But what about Lionsgate? Now, surely the company that Saw helped build would have stepped in to steer its lucrative ship back on course. Our source suggests Lionsgate didn't have anyone to smooth over the disagreement. Now, as it stands, the series still has a number of dangling plot strands left to be tied up, with Saw 11 effectively canceled. So 2 is the franchise, robbing its fans and creatives a proper ending. What becomes of the series after this? Now, the insider knows that the franchise might sell somewhere else, but it will likely start over if so. Now, in the end, Jigsaw was thwarted not by cancer or a circular saw to the throat, but a persistent plague to creativity in filmmaking. As the source concludes, greed and ego won. Well, isn't that always the case when it comes to these long-standing franchises? Like we're 10 movies in, and it seemed like with Saw 10, after so many other movies, like I like to be honest, I love the first 3 Saw movies. The first one will always be iconic and clever because we didn't see that twist coming. The problem was they kept trying to have to abide by that rule. And it's sort of like, you don't always have to come in with this crazy twist of like, oh, you didn't see this coming. This person was in it on the whole time. And they always had to try to come up with some M. Night Shyamalama Ding Dong type twist, which I felt like started to diminish its situation the more we tended to go on with the sequels. So the first 3 I actually liked. Then it started getting a little ridiculous. Then they came out with the one with Chris Rock, which I think was like the reboot. They tried. You get a name for effort, but it just poorly executed. And then it was like they came out with Saw 10, which was a side quel, which was sort of like, or in between quel, I guess we can call it, which was like in between the first and the second movie. And I actually like that idea. But I feel like maybe at this point, because I've always said from the beginning, the Saw franchise shot itself in the foot the second y'all decided to kill off John Kramer's character. I don't understand why, if y'all didn't realize the turnabout with this film, how brilliant Tobin Bell was as John / Jigsaw, that maybe you could have just been like, you know what? Apparently your cancer did go into remission. Maybe you shouldn't have gave him like this terminal cancer type situation. Y'all should have just focused on he was sick, the medical industry did him dirty, he sought revenge. If that was a simpler situation, I feel like could have been able to carry this on, and he could have just became sort of like this vigilante to help those who are taken advantage of by the robber barons, the oligarchs, the medical industry, all these billionaire corporate type succubuses that take advantage of the little people. If they would have made him sort of like a Robin Hood villain, like an anti-hero type of character, I really feel like that would have worked. But maybe y'all weren't really thinking about the long haul. They just, they came up with an idea, they wrote it, they didn't realize that this movie was going to do so well, and it expanded. So, things are always think that way. But now it's like we're in this era that everybody looks at movies like they have to be, we have to make 8,000 damn sequels. So if these people are going to come on board and not do what needs to be done with the franchise, then maybe it is time to start over. It's like, y'all pretty much just backed yourselves in the corner with that. And so we need to bring somebody in. But I mean, I'm not saying you need to find somebody that could do better than John Kramer. Just write a script, reboot the franchise, find an actor that's qualified for the role. And I really feel like maybe the next direction you need to go into, and we've got inspiration already, the current administration and what we have, this is the best time to make a Jigsaw type character and reboot the franchise to kind of follow in that space. Go after the billionaire oligarchs. Go after those, the Silicon Valley, bro types. Go after these billionaire type of people, whatever, like an Elon Musk type or a Jeff Bezos type, or people who are in the medical industry. Go Luigi Mangione, take inspiration from what he did and make him sort of like, in a way, a Jigsaw type of character. Why not? There's so much inspiration that you could pull from, since you already shot yourselves in the foot with the whole original story with John and Amanda. And I can't remember Costas Mandalore name in the movie, but I don't feel like they would give it. Now, I will say that Shawnee Smith definitely was a good successor to the franchise. I was liking what she was doing, but then y'all killed her off too. And then all the other ones y'all were trying to bring in, and wasn't doing what needed to be done. So I feel like that maybe it would be time to send it off somewhere else. I can't think of a studio that, I don't know off the top of my head. I don't know, maybe A24, maybe Blumhouse, maybe Neon. I don't know. They'll have to figure out a new house that they could build this franchise in. But, if we don't ever get another Saw movie, I do feel like Saw 10 was a good ending for the franchise. So I'm not that upset. I mean, I would have loved to have seen where they would have gone and more, but what would be the next direction they would take it. But um I feel like Saw 10 is a good ending for now for what we have until they can come up with something else. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to the latest news on Saw 11 that apparently because of a lot of infighting and greed and all these other things going on behind the scenes with this film, that we may not get the Saw 11 movie. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Brilliant year for Nickelodeon. The Legend of Korra debuted its first season. It's allegedly Tobin Bell has serious health problems like medical care and a needed hospice thing. So it's like Tobin Bell is dying, and without him, there's no Jigsaw. Well, yeah, I mean, Tobin's an older man. So at this point, um, he can't keep doing the franchise forever. It's kind of like Robert Englund. People still want him to play Freddy Krueger. And it's like, Freddy Krueger on Nightmare on Elm Street came out 40. This year will make 41, but we'll just go with 40 because I can't remember exactly the year that it came out in theaters. But it came out in 1984, 40 years ago. So at that point, Robert Englund is not a spring chicken. Why would y'all want to have him continue to play this iconic role? I do feel like if y'all go reboot the franchise or whatever the case is, you got to go with a new actor who can come with a new take. I know we had Jackie Earle Haley, but it wasn't his fault. He did what he did with a horrible ass movie. But if you have a way to reboot the franchise, you can bring a new character in. I don't see why that's a problem. So it's the same thing with Jigsaw. It's time to like bring in a younger character or younger actor. My friend Katie said Saw was a perfect. Yeah, it was. But then, studios get greedy. And as long as the movies make money, they're going to keep making them. It's just the name of the game, apparently. Okay, so it was November 1984. Same Friday as Silent Night, Deadly Night. And I remember the controversy surrounding Silent Night, Deadly Night. Well, I knew about it from the stories, but I was way too young to even know what was going on with Silent Night, Deadly Night. But anyway, y'all, let's move on to our third topic. And let's get into this Starship Troopers thing. Now, I know some of y'all, I don't know if y'all was excited about this story, but I'm a huge Starship Troopers fan simply because it was a satirical take on the military. And that's why I kind of liked it, especially because, Paul Verhoeven, he always had like this satirical take on things. Like I loved his version of Starship Troopers. I also loved his version with Total Recall. And there's always a little bit of satire in what he does. So, and didn't, I'm trying to, no, it wasn't. No, was it? Did Paul Verhoeven direct Showgirls? Let me check that out. Who directed Showgirls? Paul Verhoeven. I was correct. So apparently, I like a lot of apparently I'm a fan of a lot of Paul Verhoeven's work. So yeah, he directed Showgirls. Shout out to him. Which also goes to show that I like a lot of his film because it kind of borders on a satirical take on heavy subject matter. Similar like with Showgirls, it was like, in my opinion, a satirical take on that whole culture of prostitution and stripper culture and working within the Las Vegas industry and that sort of thing. So it kind of played into that. But anyway, so we're getting a different version of Starship Troopers. It is being rebooted by none other than Neill Blomkamp, who has given us films such as District 9 and Chappie, Elysium, and he also did a movie. I can't remember the name. Chappie was the movie with Di Antwoord. Whatever happened to them? And so, yeah, now they said that so yeah, apparently Johnny Rico is coming back to kill more bugs. So it basically says that he is setting to write and direct a new adaptation of Starship Troopers, the 1959 sci-fi novel by Robert A. Heinlein. Didn't Robert Heinlein also do Invasion of the Body Snatchers? And they said that was last memorably brought to theaters in 1997 by director Paul Verhoeven. The new project comes from Sony Columbia Pictures. Now, thinking about Invasion of the Body Snatchers, there's been so many different remakes of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. My favorite version of that film would have to be the one with um, Veronica Cartwright, Leonard Nimoy, and who else was in that? There was a lot of people. There was a lot of people in that. But Donald Sutherland. I love that one from 1978. That is like my favorite Invasion of the Body Snatchers out of all the ones they remade. I remember they remade one for the 90s. It felt very 90s. But the one that, when I watched the one that came out in 1978, that one still, I don't know, the doom and gloom of it all, it just still haunts me. And so that's like one of my favorite iterations of that film. But anyway, so would you like to know more? Which is, an iconic line that you hear a lot in Starship Troopers in regards to what's going on. Now, while exec plot details remain closely guarded, the new Sergeant Troopers is set to draw inspiration from Highland's original military story rather than pulling from the fascist send-up that characterized Verhoeven's satirical adaptation. Along with writing and directing, Blomkamp is producing with his longtime collaborator Terry Tatchell. The project marks a reunion for the director in the studio. Now, Sony last year recruited Blomkamp for Gran Turismo, a film adaptation of the racing video game franchise that originated in the company's PlayStation division. Released in August of 2023, the film grossed $120 million in worldwide theatrical sales against a $60 million production budget. Now, Blomkamp's defining feature remains as his 2009 debut, District 9, an immigration parable set among a colony of aliens in South Africa. The film earned 4 Oscar nominations, including picture and adapted screenplay for Blomkamp and Tatchell. Blomkamp went on to forge his brand of realistic, socially minded sci-fi with 2 follow-ups, the Matt Damon action spectacle Elysium, and the tale of a die-antward-raised swaggy robot Chappie. Now, I will say this. I didn't particularly like Chappie, but I like Elysium. There were so many stories up in there. I know some people probably feel like maybe the execution wasn't what it was, but it was just how they talked about. I feel like it was a social commentary on healthcare and the healthcare system. And when you had someone like Matt Damon's character who worked in this factory that got infected, and he got caught up in this machine that was like, I think it was like he got radiation poisoning, and he had to get up to this city in the sky that was run, where all the oligarchs and all the billionaires and millionaires and people with a lot of money lived in, so they could use their machine. And there was this guy that was actually sort of like a coyote who would smuggle people up onto this planet or this world that was built for the billionaires and millionaires to live separate from us poor folk. Which I really feel like if people really look at, that's why I love Neill Blomkamp's movies, because it's a social commentary on the system as a whole, be it the medical industry, immigration. When you look at something like District 9, it's social commentary on immigration. And the aliens are the aliens, not necessarily aliens as in people, but alien uses the metaphor for illegal aliens or people who are migrants, which is definitely a subject matter that we're dealing with in the United States with our current administration cracking down on immigrants when they don't realize that immigrants pay so much money into our taxes situation. I don't want to get too political, but when it comes down to Sergeant Troopers, I'm sure he's going to give a whole social political commentary on this and following more into the Robert Heinlein story of it all rather than taking more of a satirical approach. Whatever Neill's approach is going to be, I'm definitely feeling like it's going to be great. I remember also he was supposed to direct a movie version of, I think he was supposed to remake, was it Aliens? He was supposed to remake something of James Cameron's. I think it was he was supposed to do his own Alien movie with Sigourney Weaver or something or another. That never turned out. I really would have loved to have seen what his version of Alien is going to be. I mean, I love what Fede Alvarez did with Alien Romulus. But I would love to have seen what Neill Blomkamp would have brought to the franchise as well with his ideas. So, but he also said, so I do like the fact that he brings a sense of realism and social commentary into the sci-fi, because that's the type of sci-fi I like. I love the fact that when you look at two genres that I talk about often in the show, I love science fiction and I love horror the most, because science fiction and horror allows you to really explore a lot of the social economic or social political commentary, and it is the one genre that I feel like it allows you to take risks in regard to the subject matter, and you can cloak it and disguise it in so many different things, but if you look beneath what you're getting with the visual spectacle and stuff, you get the social, economic, and social political stories and the commentary that you get in those things. So that's what I love about it. I'm a deep thinker, so I like when I'm also getting entertained by things, but also movies that make you think and sits and resonates with you long after the credits starts rolling, and we get to see the 150,000 people that worked on the film and the 80 people that worked on the special effects, and also, everybody's getting their due. That's what I particularly love about a lot of these films. So the original Starship Troopers adaptation was a significant investment by Sony TriStar Pictures in '97, sporting a production budget higher than $100 million. I remember that. Yeah, that was big news back in the day when this movie came out. They was like, "Oh my God, $100 million in a movie? That's a lot." But look how far we've come. $100 million is nothing now. If you spend a movie, that's like low budget in action movie circles. Unless, but then now what's ridiculous is like what I said before, but you spending $300 million on a budget for Electric State, which that movie did not require that kind of budget. So Netflix is throwing away money because apparently I guess they can afford to just waste money on things. So they also said that, I mean, yeah, then it also had like, they use a lot of miniatures, they use a lot of cutting edge effects. And then we had, a lot of people's careers was like launched because of this film. We had Casper Van Dien, who I actually hope that they bring him back as Rico and some sort, make him the captain. So you don't have to be the star. You can bring him back as part of like the franchise. He's done a lot of the franchise. I believe he did the first one. I don't think he was in the second one, but he did do another one that was down the road, but that went straight to video or whatever. It also gave us Denise Richards and Neil Patrick Harris. Now, the film was widely seen as a theatrical disappointment, grossing just 121 million worldwide. But the good thing about it is it's a cult film, and because of VHS sales and things of that nature, it's fans love it. So I feel like if you do reboot Starship Troopers, I do feel like the movie will make bank. But I also feel like Neill Blomkamp, he reminds me of, oh my God, I forgot the director's name. The one that just directed the new Jurassic World movie. And he also made like The Creator, and he's done, and then also he did oh my God, the movie that's based on the movie that's based on Andor, the series. So he's really good at taking a small budget and really making it look expensive. So I really feel like you can give Neill Blomkamp $100 million budget on a Starship Troopers movie, and it'll look like it's expensive. So I'm definitely trusting in him doing this. But they also said home media sales were strong enough to spawn two lower budget direct-to-video sequels: Starship Troopers 2, Hero of the Federation in 2004, and Starship Troopers 3, Marauder in 2008. The pair of animated follow-ups came after Starship Troopers Invasion in 2012 and Starship Troopers Traitor of Mars in 2017. Now, reports of plans for a new adaptation of Hyland's novel emerged over a decade ago, but the attachment of Blomkamp marks a significant development. So shout out to the Hollywood Reporter and Deadline and all of them for bringing this up. And so y'all already know, based on me, my whole commentary on this, y'all already know I'm excited for this reboot, remake, whatever you want to call it. So I want to hear from you guys. Are you excited that we're getting a new Starship Troopers movie from none other than Neill Blomkamp? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, let's see. He said Michael Bay is crying foul, saying he can't make a Michael Bay movie because of the culture. What? You can't make a movie of 2 hours of shit blown up behind some girl in a crop top and low-rise jeans? You can't find your next Megan Fox. I don't understand why he's saying he can't make that movie. Yes, you can, but I don't know if it'll go into the movies. Maybe what you need to do is hit up one of the streaming services. They'll probably give you the money. Go to Netflix. They're giving everybody money these days. So I don't know why he crying foul. I already told her that story. When I was in film school, we used to make fun of this girl because she was talking about her favorite movie director was Michael Bay. They were like, really? I mean, no, don't get me wrong. Michael Bay has made some good movies. I liked a couple of his movies. I did not mind. Like, I liked Pain and Gain was good. What else did he make? I love Armageddon. Armageddon is a guilty pleasure. I remember when I was in the movies and I was crying during a specific scene. Even my uncle was like as hard as he is, started shedding a tear a little bit because it was like it's a good movie. It tugs on the heartstrings when it needs. So, and the action sequences all, and even though the NASA stuff was so not accurate, it's an entertaining film. So Michael Bay has made some good movies. I even like the movie The Island with Scarlett Johansson and Ewan McGregor. I love that freaking movie. So there's been movies that he's done that it hasn't been bad. So I don't know why people, but we did make fun of her in school though. It's like, no, he's not. He's made a lot of bad films, but he's made some decent ones too. He's not Paul W.S. Anderson bad. He's not Uwe Boll bad. But, we already know what the aesthetic of a Michael Bay movie is. Crazy cars chase scenes, vehicles and things getting blown up to bits, and this aerial shot or under boob shot of your favorite actor. Oh, also he did Bad Boys, didn't he? We love Bad Boys over here. I mean, I do. I like Bad Boys. So, all four of them. As I watched the interview with Madonna's Blonde Ambition Dancers and Kevin Staywork on Showgirls, and the girl asked if she knew Showgirls was a comedy. If he knew Showgirls was a comedy, Lewis said people still don't. Now, if we got the fact that it's a satire and it's a comedy, how did y'all not get it? But I guess maybe because they don't understand camp. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah. Was that the interview that they did with Madonna Louise Veronica Ciccone podcast? Because I've been meaning to get around to that. I did add it to my queue of things to watch, but I've told you I've been so backed up on shows that I never got around to watching it. So I need to get around to that. Because I watched all the Final Destination. Yeah, there's Final Destination. Excuse me. There's a lot of movies that I know it's on Paramount Plus. Also, they're doing a death stream. I sent the link to Robert, but I should have posted it in the group. There's a death stream of all the Final Destination movies that you can watch on YouTube. So, I was like, that's cool, but I'm like, I'm gonna do the same thing when the new Final Destination because it's the 25th anniversary. God, I hate when these numbers start coming up because it makes you feel so old. But I'm gonna binge watch a lot of them just so that way by the time the movie comes out, I'm gonna be caught up. I heard that the movie goes into Tony Todd's character's back, so I hope so. Because we need to know more about him. I saw the creator in the theater, as did I. I saw it in the theater too because I was like, let me go to the movies and support this film. It wasn't that many of us in the theater, but I went to go support it. I always try to make it my due diligence to promote films that I think have potential, but I already know it's not going to break the box office records. Like there were so many movies that's been coming out so far that in that category, like Companion, most recently Novocaine. There's a lot of great movies that are being made, and people already want to sit up here and cry. Movies they're just remaking everything. They're just making superhero movies. I'm like, no, they're making a lot of really out the box films. Y'all just got to get up off your ass and spend the money and go see it, like Hard Eyes or things of that, or the other movies that I mentioned. So you have to go and support these films. But then again, the studios, I don't like the idea that these movies are being released and already they're on streaming or they're already on VOD. Like majority of the movies that just been out. Like look, Hard Eyes already on you could already rent or buy it. You could already rent or buy not Novocaine, that just came out. You could already rent and buy Love Hurts. You could already rent and buy, a lot of the films. Anora's already on streaming. Better Man's already on streaming. I still have to get around to watching that. That's on Paramount Plus. I gotta watch that. I already have it set in my queue. And so all these movies and stuff is coming out. And like I told you, I just saw Venom. Venom just came out a couple months ago. Then you got Kraven the Hunter just came out like 2 months ago, and already it's on freaking Netflix. So what's the point? People feel like what? And then again, so it's like the movie theaters are hurting themselves because people feel like, well, what's the point of me going to the movies when I could just wait a month and they're already out on I can watch in my house, which in a way I don't mind sitting at home watching certain films. So I know it's like a catch-22. I like going to the movies for certain things. Like I'm gonna go to the movies and see Thunderbolts. I'm gonna go like depending on the film, I'll go and support it. Or if it's like it's one of those with like a hard eyes, like I said. It's slasher, I'm gonna go and see it. If it's Terrifier, I'm gonna go to movies and see it because I don't want spoilers. I don't want other stuff. So I have to go in and support those movies so that way I'm ahead of it before people start spoiling things on social media. Sidebar: are y'all getting into White Lotus? I have yet to watch this. A Sailor Mermaid's in the building, by the way. I forgot to mention that. Are y'all watching White Lotus? Because everybody's talking about that incest scene and all the other stuff going on, but everybody's been saying it's boring. But that last episode, everybody was talking about was lit. And then people was making an issue over a full frontal scene that happened. And then the actor went and said something or another. Don't believe Fox News or echo chamber media. Is the approval ratings of Trump is 44. I was gonna say, child, don't nobody believe the bullshit except those who live in that damn cult. It's on Hot Takes and Deep Dives. Oh, I was like, I heard that the name of that show before. The interview with the dancers. Okay. What do you think of it? Is funny. I did not even see your comment about White Lotus. That is so funny. I did not even see your comment about White Lotus. And here you go ask me, what do you think about White Lotus? I haven't seen it. Could never really get into White Lotus. I always was kind of bored with that show. But everybody's talking about all this dick that they showing on there and the incest stuff. But I'm like, is that enough for me to want to sit through all that yapping that they be doing on that show? I don't know. Maybe I will go in and watch it. But I don't. Like my shows at the moment is Daredevil Born Again and Reacher. White Lotus is like the least of my situation or if I care. I mean, I'm looking forward to The Last of Us season 2 when that comes. When is that, next month? So what do you think of White Lotus? Have you been watching it? Let me know. Is it worth watching? I'm going to see the new Superman. Yeah, same here. I'm definitely going to go see Superman when it comes out. Although I keep hearing everybody saying it's a comedy. I'm not listening to nothing until we get those critic reviews. Yeah, we are sidekick, apparently. Black Love is in the building. You said I haven't watched it yet, but I heard it was crazy. Do you believe Dawn Robinson's living in her car story is no, I do believe she's living in a car. She would be crazy enough to live in her damn car. There was a story that I was gonna do about Jermaine Dupri speaking on it, but I didn't care enough. I feel like I said all I needed to say in regards of Dawn Robinson in the last episode, which I need to. I've been so backed up. Like literally, I spent this morning while I was making my breakfast. Yeah, I can multitask. Editing the show and like the clips from the last one, so I need to upload those tonight. I gotta upload from the previous shows to my to my Instagram and my TikTok. So it's a lot. I'm gonna be busy right after this damn show is over. So and then today's episode, I'm gonna have to edit that and do that in the morning and upload those whenever I have the chance. But I did hear that she did say this, and this is new news, and we could just talk about it here. She did say that she would never go back to In Vogue because everybody was saying, "Why don't you go back?" We talked about it the other day. Maxine went back. Why you not going back? So she was like, "I won't go back." She said, I should have went back the second time." And I'm like, "Okay, sis, but you sit over there and wallow in your misery." Because and I think Jermaine Dupri spoke because he was like, well, she's going through some stuff. She don't have money. She don't have this. She don't have that. But why don't y'all come in and help her? He said they hit him up. They hit the brat up. Like I'm not her keeper. Why y'all hitting me up asking me to donate money? Why don't you set up a goddamn GoFundMe since you care about her well-being so much? And also, people need to realize Dawn Robinson, just because she live on her car don't mean she broke. Because he said that he started questioning her situation because he said, how you in your car, but you got an assistant? So if she's good on coin, girl, just get you an RV. Get you like something where you can live in like a mobile home. Like I ain't living in my car. First of all, I already told you I would not live in my car. First of all, I need leg room. I need space. So I would live like I always said. Tell you, my dream is to buy like a Greyhound or some type of old bus or whatever the case is, trick it out into a nice apartment, whatever, and live in that. I've always thought that would be a cool way to live. Like just have something that you could just pack, when it's time to pack up and go, I can go and pack up and go with my vehicle. So you are a damn fool. He said Dawn Robinson is super talented, has a bubbly personality, and has triple and Navarro drag Alyssa on The View. Had enough. She called her. Really? Oh, bitch, I need to watch that because I did watch. I'm all caught up on The View now. Because I had to watch that Wendy interview. The Wendy interview, I will hunt you down. I had to watch that Wendy interview, which I don't feel like I learned much from it, except the fact I didn't know she lived in a facility in Connecticut before they moved her to New York. That's the only thing I didn't know. But Alyssa is annoying. I even got so pissed off at Sarah because she annoys me. And I've seen her at my job a couple of times for the Knicks games. She annoyed me because she said something about Alyssa and having a difference of opinion. Whatever. I was like, she always up there acting like she her cheerleader. I'm like, bitch, if you want to eat her pussy, just say so. Like, if you want to really get up there and eat her box during the commercial break, take her backstage and get in your fair one, and then so we can move on. Because the fact of how she always got to be in lockstep. Well, like Alyssa said, like they a tag team. That's what always comes across with them. So they irritate me when they talk about it in that show. And I realize Sarah don't even know half the time what the fuck she talking about. Another damn dumb Virgo. Between her and DJ Envy, y'all are embarrassing us. We supposed to be highly intelligent in a lot of like how our Virgo-isms are. But y'all just proving how stupid y'all get once y'all get up on legacy media spaces. I don't know what the hell y'all talking about unless somebody write it for you on a damn cue card. You said you didn't vote for Kamala. Both you and Sarah voted for Trump. That started a huge war, and that it had to end early because of the yelling was nonstop. Where is this information coming from? Because I need to go look at with this. Oh yeah, you said Jason Momoa lives with him. Jason Momoa definitely gives me free spirit. He walks around in like with no shoes on and all that other stuff. So he kind of lives a life of a nomad. All that money he makes, he definitely gives me. He's from Hawaii, so a lot of them kind of live with this energy of like they love they and respect the earth and all the things that comes with, like he's very spiritual in that way. So I kind of started getting into that like once I was in the circus because I had a lot of people I worked with that lived in Hawaii, and it kind of made me kind of have that vibe and that energy when you're smoking weed and you're around the campfire. And it's kind of like you have this earthy vibe to yourself. But then again, I'm an earth sign, so it does make sense that would kind of be a direction that I would go into. Uh-uh. Can you imagine that? That's the one thing I be hating too. Because sometimes when I be in a locker room with some of them dudes, when I be working, I'm like, damn, do y'all be washing y'all ass and y'all balls? Other do be giving Punani Musk, or as the gays, Bunani Musk. I knew at least 3 people living in their car when I lived in LA. Apparently, yeah, that's what I said. A lot of people saying it's very popular, but I wouldn't want to live in a car. Cars are too damn. I need space. I would want to live in, and then of course, you have a gym membership. You can just go and take a shower and all that stuff. Not Sarah disappointed me because what do you expect from a centrist liberal? She says she's independent, but yeah, I'm sure her political views are very centrist. Because I know today they was talking about Chuck Schumer traitor ass over there aligning himself with that bill. Him and that old stroke victim, Fetterman, who they need to vote his ass out. Anyway, let's move on with the rest of the show. And let's talk about, because we were talking about reviews and things, let's get into this Snow White thing. So apparently they're trying to say that this Snow White movie is actually good. Because remember, everybody was out here talking about it's going to be terrible. Oh, it's, Rachel Zegler is canceled because of some of the controversy she says. Nobody likes Gal Gadot because she's a Zionist, allegedly. I got to protect myself. That's why I'm saying allegedly. But apparently, the Snow White Backlash Brigade isn't going to like these following reviews because, according to Variety, they said Disney's live action Snow White remake has finally been unveiled at the movie's Hollywood premiere, and first reactions are trickling in, calling it a dazzling hit for the House of Mouse. Because remember, they said that they were going to be limiting the premiere and all that other stuff, I guess, because of all this noise that's going on. And I already said, unless you're in the industry Hollywood silo, nobody outside of this stuff paying attention to what's going on in the situation. But once you're in that Hollywood bubble, a lot of them can't see outside of that force field. So now, Variety film reporter Stacy or Catsy. I'm like, Catsy? That's your name? Girl, who named you? Catsy Stefan praised star Rachel Zegler as a shining supernova, adding that the film is a visual feast with show-stopping new musical numbers and, of course, dozens of enchanting animated animals. The screenplay wisely gives its heroine newfound depth, though her fervent desire to become the leader her father believed she could be, and a love story that's sweet as apple pie. Now, online critic Christopher rates it. Oh, his name is Christopher Rates It. I was like, wait, what kind of name is that? Anyway, wrote of the film. Snow White is not only one of their best live action remakes in years, but it's also a film that recaptures the magic of the 1937 movie. Rachel Zegler is Snow White, and she delivers such a magical performance. Now, Filmhound's editor, Paul Klein, echoed the praise with one caveat, writing that he may regret saying this. Now, that's funny. He said, I might regret saying it. But Snow White is solid. I really enjoyed the musical numbers, particularly the opening one and the Queen's Evil Bop. Zegler was great in the lead role, and Godot was fun. It's really the CGI dwarves that let the film down. The choice is baffling. And I think that was the overall situation that people had a problem with. The fact of the matter is, Peter Dinklage got to come in with his shit because he feeling the waves. Justice for little people. I did see somebody wrote midget. I was like, ooh, y'all, that's, we're not supposed to call them that no more. They're supposed to be little people. But, political correctness. Wah, wah, wah. So, Peter Dinklage apparently had a problem with the dwarves and stuff, so they had to do the CGI thing. I don't understand why they did that, because he went and whined and complained. People get on social media and say things. So of course they don't want to come across as looking insensitive. So they cow down, they bow down to the situation, they give in. Like, okay, we'll add the CGI thing, but now you're looking at it, it's like it's a distraction rather than, expanding on the whole story. So there was that. So now they said that Snow White is directed by Mark Webb. So I guess that's why a lot of people feel like, you know what, maybe because of all the controversy that was going on, Mark Webb, who is a great director, he directed The Amazing Spider-Man, which I literally watched 2 days ago, and 500 Days of Summer, a movie I actually like. Especially the musical number with Joseph Gordon-Levitt. First of all, I love me some Joseph Gordon-Levitt. I've always been a fan of Joseph Gordon-Levitt ever since he did Angels in the Outfield. That is like one of my all-time favorite sports movies. And it's because, a kid, and they always had me like waving my wings like I was in. When I remember I was in the movie theater as a little kid, just waving my hands, flapping them like I had wings. He had all of us going at that time. So 500 Days of Summer, especially the musical number, I'm like, okay, so now clearly Mark Webb knows what he's doing in regards of like concocting a musical scenario and how he was going to take something. And I think that was everybody's fear. How are you going to take something from the 1937 animated classic Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and update it and modernize it for a newer generation without taking away the essence and the overall core of what that original movie brought? Because you can look at the original Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and see like there's parts of it that's a little dated because it's the movie that came out almost 100 years ago. So am I actually looking forward to seeing this movie? No. I mean, maybe I'll catch it when it comes on Disney Plus, but it's not something I'm going to rush to the movies to see it. But I think now at this point with these reviews coming out, and we'll see how the fans feel about it when it comes out this week, and they give the overall fan reviews on Rotten Tomatoes or however the hell that works. And we start seeing the comments rolling in. Because I'm sure some of my homosexual friends are gonna go to the movies and see this as well. You know, it's always gonna be kids, families, and gays are gonna go see this. So, you know, we love pomp and circumstance and fancy costumes. So I'm gonna wait until I hear from the general public to see if their overall opinion matches the opinion of these critics. Because some people are gonna be like, okay, they were bought and paid for. These are some fake reviews. You know, there's always gonna be people that's gonna come out and hate. So give them the benefit of the doubt. People are saying there's a good movie, and I want to believe it's good only because Mark Webb is a part of it, not because of what Gal Gadot stands for and Rachel Zegler's recent comments and stuff. It's because I'm a fan of Mark Webb's movies. That's why I want this movie to win. That's the only reason. So, I also don't know how I always often feel about Disney and this oversaturation of reviving their original animated IPs and making them live action. I still have not come to terms with that. I still be like windmill and hard. Like, I don't like when y'all do that. But and a lot of them haven't really hit, in my opinion. The only one that I told you I like from all these live action remakes of Disney movies was Cinderella. That was the only one I like. And the only reason why I saw that was because when I worked at AMC at the time, I needed to kill time with a movie before I think it was like I had a shift that I had to work and I got there too early and I need to watch a movie. Or I can't remember exactly what the scenario was, but I was like, I need to kill some time. So I went and I watched the film and I enjoyed it. But yeah, she came under fire because I want to remind people what had happened. So now the movie was originally supposed to start filming in March of 2020, but then we had the COVID pandemic. So they had to delay it until March 2022. Then Zegler came under fire because she called the original Snow White animated film dated because the prince literally stalks Snow White, saying she's not going to be saved by the prince. This is what she told Variety in D23 2 years ago. She's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about becoming the leader she knows she can be. So when you I feel like maybe the way people took that is like, oh, you're pretty much spitting in the face of what this original movie was and what people held dear to that film. So now here you come in, and you know what people hear when you say, oh, it's going to be woke. It's going to be that, you know how literally a lot of you bigots have decided to weaponize certain words for your own benefit, and it starts off triggers. So that's why I feel like a lot of people got mad at her over that because, well, he's literally stalking her through the whole movie, and she's going to be independent and strong. And I think this is where the overall argument of when we get into the Anthony Mackie story later on, where he's talking about masculinity is under attack. So people are looking at what she said as a possibility of being like, oh, here she go, trying to make it like, oh yeah, I'm a strong female character, and I don't need a man to rescue me. You know, all the things that I guess what she gave in her delivery, it just turned a lot of people off. But this is the part where studios need to come in and start training a lot of these kids like how my generation grew up, where you were trained. You know, you had damn, I forgot what the term is called. You were trained to actually know how to speak to the press, certain things you can and cannot say. Like, you can be honest or upfront with what you have to say, but don't say anything that's just going like some of the words you're going to use or the tone or whatever the case is going to turn people off. You have to be able to know how to flip words in a way where it doesn't come across as offensive. Now, somebody's always going to be offended by what you say. That's just a given. But for you to go, well, he's literally stalking Snow White, and you know she's not going to be running around being some damsel in distress. When you start saying, of course, like I already said, that's going to be fighting words for some people because some people feel like, oh well, masculinity is under attack. Maybe fragile male egos is under attack, but masculinity is not under attack, especially when masculinity is the overall part of the patriarchy. So, the movie's getting good reviews. And so I want to hear from you. Does this change your mind? You know, the Snow White naysayers. Does this change your mind in regards of whether or not y'all gonna go see this movie? Me personally, I was like, I could care less. I'm not watching the film, but of course, because this is big and controversial and the story is out, we got to talk about it. Like I said, I'll check it out when it comes out on Disney Plus, but I'm not running to the movies to go see some damn live action Snow White and being surrounded by loud ass children and a bunch of squealing homosexuals. So I want to hear from y'all. Let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. And speaking of comments, we got a lot of comments, which I knew this story was going to. So, um, I'm going to have to see it to believe it. I knew Sailor Mermaid was going to say something like that. That's why I was like, some people going to be like, this sounds like some of y'all was bought and paid for with this comment. But if this movie is as great as y'all said, then why did y'all limit the amount of people that can come and support it in the whole release thing? So y'all could have just, if you felt, this is what I hate about studios. Studios be acting so, they are so easily willing to give into a small group of people that are hating on something. You're always gonna have people like, do y'all got a bunch of damn people who are sensitive working over there? I'm gonna stand up there with my whole chest, like, this movie is great. We know we got a hit on our hands. We're not going to hide from a bunch of people saying some stuff, a bunch of naysayers and a bunch of reporters. We're going to support this movie 110% and not just be scared that something is going to, it's not going to be as great as that. We think the movie is great, but everybody else outside of that is not going to think the movie's great. Just make the damn movie. Put it out there and let's see what people say and leave it up to them. Because at the end of the day, art is subjective. See, the moment he said that about Gal's song makes me side-eye. How much they pay him? I think the issue with CGI started because of concerns with AI since the writers and actors strike. That and also that the CGI just looked bad on the dwarves. I don't understand why we couldn't have like, I forget I thought they had like a diverse group of people that was playing the dwarves. Monday Mayhem Shade. Pause down, Little Monster said Interscope said the project was going to flop. Mayhem didn't produce a solo top 10 hit, and Bruno Mars' hit was tacked on. Now, didn't I say that? The part about Die With a Smile does not fit sonically with what she was doing. They tacked it on because Die With a Smile became, out of all the songs that she dropped off Mayhem, it was the biggest, or not even, because like I said, it was the Die With a Smile dropped before we even got Disease, correct? So she dropped the song. The song was huge, and I think it's because she spent so much time in that world to making that type of music that people kind of more or less know her more for that than the type of music that she was doing for the hardcore Little Monsters. The genre of art, I mean, the fans that she basically that helped get her where she is. And then after the failure of Art Pop, then it was like you retreat. It was like, well, now people are looking at me as I'm a gimmick. I'm the one trick pony. All I'm doing is the stunts are outweighing the fact that I'm actually a talented singer and a piano player. So now I got to go over here and prove that I'm a real musician and an artist. So now I got to make this jazz music. I got to go over here and do Joanne. I got to do all these other things. And then you try to come back to the dance floor with Chromatica, but Chromatica was a job. Like there was a couple of songs off that record that I was like, okay, it's cute. It's cute or whatever. But I don't feel like, I just felt like the songs felt a little too short, a little anticlimactic. One of the things I will say about Mayhem that I like is the fact that she did bring back the chorus and the pre-chorus and all other stuff. It feels like a full-fledged pop song rather than kowtowing to this TikTok algorithm where every song's got to be under 2 minutes, which I absolutely despise that people are still doing this to this day and age. So I love the fact that she has gone back to the roots of structuring a true and through pop song. And I will say this, and I'll probably mention this tomorrow when I talk about Mayhem's numbers, because I was going to do it today, but like I said, we have way too many topics. So Mayhem has actually grown on me. I told you it was going to happen. I told you it was only a halfway point that I like up to the record. I actually like the whole album now, except the last track, which is like a ballad. And then it goes into the Die With a Smile. I can't stand that damn song. But all the other songs before that, because it has all the pop electronic isms in there, I mean, these songs are really good. So like I said, it's like and I've come to the conclusion, and I'll probably repeat this tomorrow. Once you accept the record for what it is, because I feel like the reason why a lot of people were disappointed is because y'all thought y'all were getting a cross between The Fame Monster and Born This Way. And so a lot of people were expecting that sound, that vibe, that whole situation. But then when you listen to the record, it's like, well, it's got those elements, but it feels like a more refined and more mature Gaga. Once you accept the record for what it is, and that usually always happens with me, like as I've gotten older, I've come to this conclusion. It's like, once you stop trying to have certain expectations on certain things and you accept things for what they are, then you end up liking it. It's like, Madam X may not be my favorite record. However, and I understand where she was trying to go with that record, and I get all the stuff, but it's not my favorite out of her catalog. Donna, we talking about, who Onyx always says, you can never do a Gaga conversation without Madonna. Well, if she stopped trying to play up in Madonna handbook, I would always have to equate her with stuff. Is Peter really that powerful in Hollywood? I think it's because he's the only famous little person actor right now. And yeah, that always seems to be happening, right? You always get that one person that becomes the overall, spokesperson for the entire community, which is why I've always, that's what I was saying about, when it comes to a lot of artists or whatever the case is, when you get that one person that it turns out to be the representation for the entire community, because yeah, that's what they were saying was like Peter Dinklage complained, and so they had to go in and change it. He's about to be in that new Toxic Avenger remake. Did y'all see the pictures for that? Entertainment Weekly posted it. I honestly don't know what I think about it. That and they started showing pictures from the new Mortal Kombat film. I still don't understand why they picked Carl Urban to play Johnny Cage. I'm still not seeing that. But I'll see. I got to see it. I got to see him in motion. We get the trailer, but wasn't the last Cinderella? No, not that one. God, no, not the one with Billy Porter. The one that was a theatrical release that came out. I want to say 2014, 15, like in that era. Not the one with Billy Porter. That one went, and you talking about the one with Camilla Caborian. That was the one that went on. That was on Prime Video. I didn't even watch that one. I was not watching Billy Porter sitting up there dressed like he was on the red carpet in a gown, trying to act like he's somebody's fairy godmother. Not with them bottom teeth. So I'm talking about. I'm talking about the other. Yeah, thank you, Sailor Mermaid, because he said it. It was like, yeah, I was thinking about the Disney one that was a theatrical release. I saw it in IMAX, so not the one with Camilla Caborian and Miss Porter. Obviously, because there's no U.S. promo anymore to keep the album charting and no Mayhem Ball tour dates. I'm surprised she hasn't released those yet. I was thinking that maybe she should start announcing those by the end of the summer, early fall. Mm-hmm. The new Lilo and Stitch is getting a lot of praise. I still have not watched the trailer to that, by the way. Maybe I need to check it out and stop always fighting against these live action versions of animated films. Because I told you, I'll be willing hard against these movies, except taking away from Pleakley's drag moments. My thing is, Snow White is a princess, so not only will she marry a prince, that's her love, but she will one day be queen, thus resulting her being a good leader for her kingdom because she's well, yeah, if they could bring all those isms in there, then I don't mind it. But I just think that what she said about the damsel in distress of the prince stalking her, that I just feel like that just turned a lot of people off. These stars in Disney don't really understand the Disney princesses. Yes, like, did y'all grow up watching a lot of this stuff? I have Disney Plus. I'm not trying to be funny, but I find it interesting how Disney Studios want us to go to the movies and spend a monthly screen. Okay. And quiet as it's kept, I'll be going back and forth on whether or not I want to even keep Disney Plus because sometimes I'll be watching and I'm like, y'all do not have enough IP on here for me to even be keeping this damn streaming service. But because I have the bundle, which is Disney, Hulu, and HBO Max, I actually have all that attached. So I tend to just watch all of it as a bundle now versus just one little thing. And I also saw they're trying to add Paramount Plus on Hulu, so you can watch it that way. But I'm sitting there like, unless Hulu decides to do a bundle deal, which they're going to change up and make it like, okay, so I get Disney Plus, HBO, Hulu, and Paramount Plus all under one umbrella with 4 different situations. If I do that and it's a reasonable price, then I'll probably cancel my Paramount Plus subscription and add it to the other thing. And of course, with Paramount Plus, you get Showtime. So they're talking about $11, $12. I'm like, I'm already paying that. So why would I even want to go and do that over here and just add that on? No, I'm good. Because I didn't realize, and I had to go in and start deleting stuff. I was paying HBO Max twice, so I literally had to cancel the other one because I was getting the one with commercials for $9.99, and I got the regular one because of the attachment. So I had to go and cancel that because I was literally paying for the subscription twice. And sometimes you got to be catching that. I read that people believe that women can't fall in love or be traditional feminine roles, especially with Gen Z. And you want to know something? There's some women that's just like, in my real life, I'm very much the boss. Like when I'm working and all this other stuff, I'm the boss. But when I'm home, I want my husband to take the lead, or I want my man to take the lead. And I want to kind of step back and let him handle stuff. I don't always want to be in control all the time. And if you can find that balance, that's great. I'm like, go ahead and do that. I don't want to have to be in control all day, every day. Like, that's exhausting. Let me save all that energy for me being a boss when I got to actually boss people around at work. Hmm. Well, yeah, falling in love forever is not a reality because that's why I always say when I look at relationships, friendships, all that stuff, I always look at it as a season and a reason. Like if we fall out as friends, I'm like, okay, I'll be sad, but I accept for it for what it is. If a relationship has like an I mean, you don't know when the expiration dates could be, but if y'all get to a point where you hit a stalemate and it's like you falling out of love, I'm like, okay, you go your separate way, I go mine, unless you want to invite a third. Or you want to have a harem like Miss Neill. In the animated movie and series, Pleakley was one of the aliens, but he dressed in drag to disguise himself a lot. That's it. Yeah, well, I'll definitely check that animated feature out. Okay, so let's move on, y'all. Let's get into our next topic because Joe Russo, who was one half of the Russo brothers, and directed them the movie that I've been going in on. I don't know. I'm wondering if he directed it or produced it. I think they were behind it. I don't remember. I have to look it up. The Electric State, which I've kind of been dragging throughout this whole damn show with the budget on that film. Like, why was $300 million poured into the budget for that movie with Miss Millie Bobby Brown, old looking ass, and Chris Pratt in that horrible ass wig he had on? So yeah, so apparently, all the complaints that we've been hearing a lot of people talk about over the years in regards of why is it that when you see these big blockbuster movies, like I'll just use an example, like say why the new Superman. If the new Superman movie is so excellent with all the acting and all the great directing and the script is perfect and all this other stuff, why is it not getting nominated for an Oscar? Why, or like for Best Picture or The Dark Knight? I'm just throwing movies out there, and also like a Jurassic Park movie or, things of that nature, big blockbuster films. Why don't they get nominated for Oscars? Well, apparently, according to Joe Russo, he said it's Harvey Weinstein's gatekeeping that has caused this whole situation of keeping blockbusters out of award season. So, as I stated before, Joe Russo was one half of the sibling powerhouse producing / directing team known as the Russo brothers, posited that today's blockbuster versus indie discourse is in large part to Harvey Weinstein's Oscar campaign playbook. So, in a new interview with the UK's The Sunday Times, Russo lamented that popular films' success at the box office and disproportional losses at the Academy Awards is due to a trend started by the disgraced mogul, saying, quote, "This trend was started by Harvey Weinstein. He vilified mainstream movies to champion the art films he pushed for Oscar campaigns. Popular films were winning Oscars before the mid-90s. When Weinstein started mudslinging campaigns, it affected how audiences view the Oscars because they're not seen They've not seen most of the movies. We're in a complicated place. Things we should all enjoy collectively, we instead punch each other in the face over. Now, the Avengers Endgame co-director added, and I should also point out, him and his brother are actually about to start, I believe, principal photography in the UK for Avengers Doomsday. And then they're going to do Secret Wars. So they're going to be spending literally the next year in the UK filming both movies back to back. So he said, like this argument that Marvel movies were killing cinema. Well, Marvel movies seem to be keeping cinemas open for quite a long time. To be fair, the cinematic blockbuster, as moviegoers and filmmakers have known it 3 decades ago, has changed drastically. The top grossing films of the 90s, such as Titanic and Jurassic Park, had budgets that would cower to the face of the 300 million plus figures now seen from such fares as the Russo brothers' The Electric State. They're not just talking about that. Now streaming on Netflix. A number of them, like Star Wars Episode 1, The Phantom Menace, Armageddon, and Independence Day, were also solely nominated in craft categories, like Best Sound Mixing, visual editing, and visual effects. Of course, other projects, including Forrest Gump, The Sixth Sense, and Terminator 2 Judgment Day, received plenty of recognition in other Oscars denominations. But we're not talking about visual effects and sound and stuff. They always get that. But what we're having a conversation about is, why don't movies like Doctor Strange, Shang-Chi, Spider-Man No Way Home, Black Panther, I mean, we did have, why aren't they getting nominated for like Best Picture and stuff like that? I mean, we did get, to be fair, Angela Bassett was nominated for Best Supporting Actress for playing Queen Ramonda in Black Panther, the second one. So there've been a little leeway that they've been doing some big ones in regards to like the major categories, but we would like to see more of the Doctor Strange, the Shang-Chi's, the Spider-Man No Way Homes, maybe the Iron Man, the Black Panthers, those sort of things get nominated in the major movie category. Why aren't the big blockbuster films being held to the same regard if they're being taken seriously as these films? Because they're not just some crappy little superhero film that you hear a lot of these legacy directors like a Martin Scorsese and those types who are always thumbing their nose at and make their little snide comments about. There are some actually who make genuinely really good movies that are blockbusters. And to be honest, he is absolutely right. A lot of these blockbuster films keep the lights on in a lot of these movie theaters. Because quiet as it's kept, how many people went out there to go see Honora in the theaters? How many people went to go see a lot of these small? How many people went to go see Conclave in a theater? How many people went to go see The Brutalist in a theater? I'll wait. What's the box office turnout? And I'm talking about the snobs, and also even more quiet than it's kept. According to a Wall Street Journal poll, more than half of all people surveyed hadn't even seen any of the 10 films nominated for Best Picture, while 40% said they didn't believe Oscar winners reflected public opinion. So it's a debate that has, long simmered since the cultural and capital domination of ever-expanding MCU began in the early 2010s. However, the Academy has largely sided on quality over monetary audience quantity. And I'm not saying just go out and we need to nominate a Michael Bay movie. I'm not saying that, Mila Jovovich should be nominated for Best Actress for playing Alice in Resident Evil. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying Paul W.S. Anderson should be nominated for the latest movie he did with his wife and Dave Bautista. Nobody's saying Love Hurt should be nominated for Best Picture. These are all bad movies, by the way, that I'm bringing up, if you notice. However, I do feel like there should be some films. If the Batman 2 was to come out, and this movie is so good, and Robert Pattinson's acting is so impeccable as we loved him in the Batman movie, then he should be up for a nomination for Best Actor up against some of the majors. But there is an overall snobbery that comes from people in the industry, and y'all know this. So we're not going to sit up in here and try to act like that this is not a thing that's going on. So, and I understand that Harvey also is out here trying to rehabilitate his image by, but we already knew that man was an asshole. First of all, He was based on the Lance Henriksen character in Scream 3. Now, if you ain't seen Scream 3 and that character that he played up in there, that is Harvey Weinstein through and through. So definitely check out that movie. Y'all need a refresher of that whole situation. Harvey Weinstein was never like a nice person. First of all, I even heard him and his brother is fighting over some type of monetary type situation. And he's trying to rehabilitate his image because he's about to go on trial. And you already know that, speaking of the brutalist, Adrian Brody is banging his ex-wife. Hey, Georgina Chapman. So, and that's probably the best dick she's gotten since pushing out his kids. We already heard the stories about how Harvey meat popsicle don't work. All the years of drug abuse and stuff that he was doing allegedly. So, yeah, so that's the latest on this whole situation. But I want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think of this story in regards of what Joe Russo had to say in regards of why you're not seeing a lot of these mainstream movies that are getting are being acknowledged in the major awards categories? Whatever your thoughts are on this story, let me know in the comments down below. He said, I just shared in the group that Gazelia is saying she got 18,000. Well, I did see that story. I did share. I did hear a story that she said she didn't make no money, but from Universal and how they was robbing her. But we'll see. I might bring that story up tomorrow on tomorrow's show because that is definitely something we need to talk about. But what was the budget for them? Anora, we already know. Well, Anora was a hit. Anora's budget was $6 million, so they already made that money back. But Black Panther actually was nominated for an Oscar for Best Picture. I believe it was touted as the first superhero movie nominated, but we still have a long way to go. Oh yeah, that was true. That it did do well at the box office. And well, in regards of best, well, obviously it was like $1 billion film, but yeah, it was nominated for an Oscar. I totally forgot about that. So thanks for the reminder. Wakanda Forever was nominated for many awards. Latest Marvel couldn't. But they've been making a lot of shit lately too, so that's probably why. But yeah, it was nominated for many awards. Adora spent $18 million on its marketing and Oscar campaigns, which was 3 times the production budget. They can't blame Weinstein for Hollywood being easily bought. First of all, I didn't like Anora, but some people call it a snora. All they did in the first 35 minutes in the movie was have sex. I didn't find anything spectacular about that movie. And look, she won an award for showing her vagina. So is that the way it goes now? You show your genitalia on camera and I get an Oscar? This is why I don't like Candace Owens, because she's trying to help Harvey Weinstein and get him free. Well, look, we ain't thinking about Miss Candace, but I'm just going based off of the story that Joe Russo was talking about. And if he has if he's in the right of, if you agree or disagree with what he's saying. Now, here's a debate that I think, wait, hold on. Let me take that out. Now, here's a debate I think we should all be getting in. I want to hear your thoughts on in regards to this story. Because Anthony Mackie out here talking about that masculinity is dead. That it's under attack. I tell you, it's under attack. So Anthony Mackie recently did an interview with The Pivot, and he opened up about raising his children. One of the things I did not know about, he has 4 kids, and he was married. They divorced in 2018. Now that shocked the hell out of me. And his oldest is 15. I was trying to see how old is Anthony Mackie. I think he's in his mid to late 40s, but he might be like 46, 47. I have no idea. If y'all know his age, definitely let me know in the chat. But yeah, so he spoke out about his traditional method of raising his sons. And of course, it pissed a lot of people off because they felt that he was vilifying. And I don't know what people were getting from it. I don't know if y'all thought that maybe he was coming down on feminine men or whatever the case is. I don't know. I didn't get that. But I do have the clip that I would like to hear it yourselves. So hold on. Let me pull it up. I think this is it. Yeah. So I believe this is the clip, but it's on YouTube if y'all definitely want to check it out. Hold on. So let's go back and we'll talk. Please hold.
I keep my boys humble. Like my boys have never had a pair of Jordans. You know, my boys don't do all that internet fly shit. I'm like your kids. And no, I don't give a, I could be the biggest star in the world. Do not let me catch you being stupid. Mm-hmm. Do not. And my oldest gets it. My 15-year-old, he tells the other ones, he's like, yo, don't make dad mad. Because once you get one that's right, he gonna straighten the other ones out. Mm-hmm. So it's just that thing of, in the past 20 years, we've been living through the death of the American male. They have literally killed masculinity in our homes and our communities for one reason or another. But I raised my boys to be young men. And however you feel about that, you feel about that. Right. But my boys will always be respectful. They will always say, yes, sir, yes, ma'am. No, sir, no, ma'am. They will always say thank you. They will always open a door for a lady. They will always make sure that their mother is taken care and provided for. They will always be men. And that's always, since they were 2 years old. Every time I left for a job, I tell my 15-year-old, you're the man of the house. You make sure these doors are locked every night. This alarm is on. You text me or you call me every night before you go to bed and you wake up.
I love that.
Because we're men. If I'm not there to protect, he got to be there to protect. Because you can have all the money in the world, climb through the window, that money means nothing. Right. You can have all the celebrity in the world, jump through the door, that celebrity means nothing. Yeah. So you got to have a little guard in there, you know? And so for me, it's always that idea of American masculinity is very different.
Hold up.
Okay, so I think basically what he's getting at, because I think a lot of people misinterpreted what he said. I think what he's thinking about is the traditional idea of being a man, and he's equating that with masculinity, meaning that if you are a guy, that what your job is or your role is that you're supposed to go in and protect and provide for those and be kind of like the papa bear, that you got to go and protect your siblings, you got to go and protect, or if you're a man in general, you got to protect the wife, you got to protect, your kids, you got to protect your home from outside invaders. So I get that. Maybe he's done one too many damn movies and he's just in his head about stuff. But I really wish, and I think what I think is bothering a lot of people, he wasn't specific enough in what his opinion on this was. And I really wish he would have specified on it more, because basically what I was getting from it is the fact that he's looking at the traditional roles of masculinity. I think the idea of masculinity has been hijacked by a lot of these people who fall into this. They think the idea of the face of masculinity is Donald Trump, when he is nothing of the sort. If y'all really think that that is what you want to aspire to be, then you might as well just take your son down to the precinct, tell him that you are a full-on criminal, and have them lock your ass up. Because if you think that that's what a man is, y'all really don't. You need an actual man or a daddy or something in your damn life, because you clearly lack that. But I understand why he's like, and I know some people say, like, why are you putting your pressure on your oldest to be the man of the house? But it's like, I'm an actor. I'm providing for my kids. Although I didn't like the fact that he said, oh, I don't give my kids Jordans, whatever the case was. Nobody said you had to shower them with a lot of gifts, but I'm not going to have my kids running around these streets looking like no bum. I'm not going to have my kids outside in no $20 damn sneakers if I got the money where I can afford to give them. I'm not saying that y'all going to be walking around here with $300 sneakers either. But I'm not going to have my kids out here looking crazy. I want them to also understand the value of what that, appreciate and accept all the things around you, that money don't grow on trees, that I'm working hard to provide for y'all and take care of y'all. And I want you to be chivalrous. And I want y'all to be able to show respect to not only women, but everybody around you, regardless of the situation. I saw yesterday, as an example, somebody at my job, there was a girl that came in with a guy, and she got all upset. I could buy my own food. I'm like, ew, why you being all stink to him? Like, he's offering to, like, buy you food. Y'all came together. He wants, I could buy my own food. See, and that's, I think, the issue, is that a lot of y'all be thinking that if a guy wants to be chivalrous to you, if a guy wants to show you some kind of respect, then that's taken away from y'all being a strong, independent woman. Ain't nobody saying that. You can still channel your inner Beyonce and be an independent woman. Nobody's taking that away from you. But if a guy wants to actually take the time to spoil you, buy you something to eat, get you a couple of drinks. If you want to have your, lighten the load on your wallet, and he want to just throw a little some coins in your direction so that when you ain't got to be spending all your money on stuff, then why not let him do that? He's not trying to take away from you as a person. So I just wish that Anthony would have been a little more specific what he means by the idea of American masculinity, because I do feel like masculinity has been hijacked, and the original meaning of the word doesn't carry the same weight. So I'm hoping that when he's talking about American masculinity or masculinity in general, that's just not, oh, well, yeah, a man's supposed to just come in and be all like this stereotype of what a man is, and that guys aren't allowed to, like, say, if you're not into sports, if you might be into music or the arts or ballet, or you want to be a dancer, or you want to be all these other things that are seen as feminine or hyper feminine, that, oh no, girls do that. I want you to play basketball. I don't want you to be the cheerleader. And I've seen, like, when I watch some of the games, especially the college games, I've been seeing a lot of male dancers on the girls' dance team, the cheerleaders or whatever. So I don't know. I want you to play the basketball. I want you to play football. I don't want you to be a cheerleader. That's gay. Like, if you started doing that, then it'd be a problem. Because what is masculinity? To me, I just feel like men should be allowed to show emotion. Men should be allowed to talk their feelings out. If a guy feels like crying, a little boy feels like crying, let him cry. Don't be a man. First of all, he's 5. The fuck you know about being a man? He ain't even got hair on his balls yet, and you're talking about be a man. So y'all got to stop with that in regards to what y'all think that a man should be, and injecting a lot of those stereotypes on people. So now it's all performative. And this is why you get a lot of boys that end up in the closet, that having a hunch people of the same sex behind their parents' back, or even in their adult life, where they go off and it's like, yeah, I go to sports events, and I see it all the time. Because trust and believe, I get hit on a lot by some of the men where, they be trying to genuinely pick your brain about something. Like, I could definitely tell you flirt with me. Stop playing with me. And it's like, they get a couple of drinks in them, and they get a little too affectionate. And it's like, I see how it is with the boys. And it'd be a lot of, it's cute or whatever. Now, speaking of gays, Anthony Mackie's also done some acting, in films such as Brother to Brother, which, sidebar, a friend of mine, shout out to DJ Baker, because I remember hitting him up about this story. But, and when this story came out about Anthony Mackie and what he said, because I was like, remember when you was on set with Anthony Mackie? And it was a movie they did called Half Nelson with Ryan Gosling. So he said that when he encountered him, he kept like bringing up the Brother to Brother. You was in Brother to Brother. And I think in so many ways, Anthony, was feeling a way about it. Probably because of, were you trying to clown me? Because I was in this gay movie. And maybe at the time, because he was a lot younger, that he wasn't fully comfortable in his skin as a man. So, him doing that film, it kind of it made him feel uncomfortable, because I guess he felt like my friend was being a dick. But in also that clip, because I do have that clip, he talked about how he went out of his way to play a homosexual character that helped him understand his gay brother better and learn not to carry prejudicial values that some men in the community may have against the queer community. Now, I didn't know he had a homosexual brother, but apparently he said that's why he did the role, I guess, to better understand his brother and where he came from. So let's get into that story, and then we'll come back and talk some more. Please hold.
Growing up in the South in the 90s and 80s, you grow up homophobic, sexist, and racist. And we talking about the 80s and the 90s. That's just a fact. You know what I mean? So when I got to school, my roommate was gay. Like, I didn't know how to deal with that. Like, my brother's gay. I didn't know how to deal with that. So being a man, I used my art to better myself. I played Perry so that I could understand my brother better. So I could understand my friends better. Going to art school, a bunch of my friends were gay. You know what I mean? Like, when I was a kid, we had a record label. We had the first gay rapper. Nobody gave. You make good music, nobody care. Big Frida is famous.
Here for sure.
For sure. You know what I mean? So the idea of being gay in New Orleans has always not only been supported, but it's been a part of the culture. But with me, I needed to figure out what was my holdup, what was my insecurity about that. And once I played that role, I realized everybody deserves to be loved. It's not my job to say who you love or who should love you. If you loved, I'm happy for it. That I mean, I'm gay. You know, so Perry was more so a statement piece for me with the love and admiration for my brother, with the appreciation and respect of my friends for that culture. It really put me in a position where I think it made me a better actor because I had to go so far out the box. I had to go to the furthest spectrum away from myself to play that role. Growing up.
So I don't feel no ways tied about what he said. Like, to me, I feel like what did he say in that whole conversation that was a problem for people? I'll wait. Like, I just don't get it. Like, to me, I understand, like, as an actor, it's like, you know what? I've been around a lot of gay people. I had a gay roommate. I didn't know how to deal with it. I had a gay brother. I did not know how to deal with my brother being gay because of the way that I grew up. I grew up in the South. Southern people are extremely homophobic, especially if you live near the Bible Belt. Like, what those people go through, I think a lot of people, y'all need to get outside of y'all liberal metropolitan silos and actually look at how other people deal with things outside of your little bubble. So I totally get where he's coming from. He's like, yeah, I'm not from the metropolitan cities or whatever. Yeah, I'm in a genre where you get a lot of people who come from a lot of these small towns and they come into these more metropolitan areas, and you get exposed to a lot of the people that when you live in these small towns, they tell you to fear. They tell you to fear gay people. They tell you to fear trans people. If you're white, they tell you to fear black people. If you're, there's always people in certain situations that they tell you to fear, unless you get outside of that, whatever media conglomerates, whatever you watch, and when you actually encounter these people, you realize these people aren't as bad as these politicians, whatever the case is trying to make them out to be. So I don't see where he went wrong when he said. To me, I feel like that's even a better situation if you can bring up, if I did this part and I had a better understanding of what it's like to be gay or what gay people go through. And so Brother to Brother wasn't the only movie that he's actually done. Well, I mean, performance where he played a gay character. He also played the role of Perry in the movie Brother to Brother, as we mentioned, and Danny in a 2019 episode of Black Mirror, Striking Vipers. And I love Black Mirror, so I saw that episode. So the fact that he took it upon himself to be brave enough, and I use the word brave loser because a lot of people always want to equate, oh, well, if you say somebody's brave for playing gay, there's like, oh, well, you want a cookie? The fact that he decided to step so far out of his comfort zone to portray a character so that way he can have a better understanding of his brother and the people that he is in their circle, so that way he could show, like, you know what, as an actor, I'm expressing empathy, and this type of energy that I'm bringing to this character, it gives a better understanding of who they are. To me, I applaud people that do that, and it's not in it for vanity reasons. He did it because as an actor, actors are all about digging deep down and trying to understand humanity or different aspects of humanity. So it's like, if I played a character out so far outside of myself, that's why I've always been, I hate having to use this as a hard transition, but this is why I'm always fascinated with, like, serial killers or people that do harm to people. I'm always fascinated in, like, why people do the things that they do. What makes you tick? What makes you operate? What is going on in your brain or whatever? Like, I'm always fascinated by human thought, human bodies, just like the way people think and the way that they tick. Like, that's always been like a thing that I've always been interested in. So kudos to you, Anthony Mackie, for this. So I don't understand what people are all mad about, but I will ask you all this. What did you think? What did you take, or what is your take on what he had to say about men and masculinity and that sort of thing? because I feel like he should have articulated that more. But I understand, like, when you're having that conversation about that, that's literally like, you need a whole, it's nuanced. And then you need people that can come in that can actually kind of go back and forth with you in regards to trying to expand even further on what is it that you're trying to convey. Somebody who can, give a little extra rebuttal on it. And then also the comments that he made about playing gay on the big and small screen. So I definitely want to hear your thoughts. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Well, child, we got a lot of comments. I did ask. You say you love the Florida Project. What is that? He says, someone said all music recorded is public domain because Trump used closing time to go public domain for music 75 years after the artist dies for copyright expires. Closing time is a ban. So somebody that I guess is the same age as him, right? Was he even in his 70s? But yeah, he's like almost pushing 80, right? Anthony Mackie is 46. His birthday is September. Oh, he's a Libra. How is masculinity attacked? Where from my city it's not attacked? Is it because men don't have muscular bodies but proud to be skinny? Where is masculinity attacked? Anything it evolved from? I don't even know what he was meaning. The irony is, I was trying to analyze what he was saying. The irony is in the beginning of his interview. He talks about having gay friends and how his brother is gay, how he took the role in Brother to Brother to help him understand Black gay men better. He said growing up in the South, he grew up. Exactly. And then, it changed his mind. And it's probably because when he did that movie, maybe, and when he did, maybe there's still those prejudices there. Well, my friend brought up Brother to Brother to him when they did Half Nelson. So I'm wondering if, that came as well from that. Did you see what I sent you today on Twitter? This YouTuber used your clip in one of his videos about Lil Nas X. No, I did not. Please hold. Somebody used my clip, bitch, and then ask for the permission. Please hold. I was like, where have I been? Let me find out that I made it, and the girls is out here using my stuff. Not Asia Consent out here with a breastplate on. Oh wait, did you send it as a message? Oh, somebody says someone used your video for their video. What happened to Lil Nas X career? A deep dive. Hold on now. Now let's flip over to that. Because literally, somebody did use my video. I want to show that. Well, thank you for bringing this up in my attention because I did not see that. They said, what happened to Lil Nas X's career? Daquel Dante, I don't know her, but I don't know about y'all, but I actually have. What's been going on with Lil Nas X? Because, 2024 has not been his year.
I heard of a case where a rapper made a song where he's supposed to come slide down on a pole like he's an angel.
My Lord, my Lord.
Supposed to slid from heaven.
Okay, well, there it was. Well, thank you for bringing that up. Because I was like, I did not know that that was an old clip too. We've come a long way with this show. Because remember, the pictures were looking a little janky and stuff. Oh my God. Oh, they sent out a bunch of vortexes. I need a couple of days. I'm not going back to the garden until this damn Disturbed concert. Because they sent out a vortex for 4 shifts tomorrow. I'm tired. Okay, but thank you for putting me on. I'll probably look at that video later. I was like, because I did not see that coming. But anyway, let's move on. And let me read the rest of the comments. Yeah, I already know this episode gonna be long. Because it's been a minute, right? So hold on, where was I? Because I got sidetracked by the way. I was like, I didn't see that video. See, I'm all for discipline and training your kids, which I understand, but black families also need to stop adultifying that. Exactly. And it's funny, I didn't read your comment, but I felt the same way. I was like, yeah, stop putting grown, you the man of the house. I'm like, he's 15. He's a kid. The kids' brains ain't developing. Their frontal lobe does not develop until they're in their mid-20s. So yeah, parents really need to stop putting this pressure on their kids to be grown or to grow up so fast, because then they eventually end up resenting you. Because I feel like that's what my sister dealt with too. Like, she's an adult, she was the oldest. I'm a middle child, so um I didn't have that much pressure. But yeah, my sister, I feel like she probably had a lot of it. This is chivalry. I can say that is being attacked because that's viewed as soft and weak. Exactly. And I think that's probably what he should probably establish, not masculinity. I hate the fact that people use masculinity, because you already know that word has been weaponized to the point, like, people think that Donald Trump, Andrew Tate, like that, the Tate brothers, I should say to both of them, Tristan and Andrew, like feel like that is the epitome of what masculinity is. People like a JD Vance, who wears more makeup than my mother, is more or I should say, man, more makeup than a drag queen, is the face of masculinity. I'm like, really? Because if that's what masculinity is, I don't want it. I will fully transition and get me a whole pussy before I ever look at that man as being the face of masculinity. That ain't happening. So I do agree that it's probably chivalry. And maybe he just didn't have the vernacular at the time to say it. Masculinity, the word that pops up in your head. But the way the way that word has been hijacked, I wouldn't have used it. He never said anything about raising his sons being courteous to women, though. Maybe he had good intentions, but it came across, exactly, it did come across unclear. But I do think that he did mention that he said opening the door for a woman and all this stuff. So that is like chivalrous. That is a form of chivalry. And we have it sometimes where it's like, I let the women go first, or whatever the case is, I'll hold the door for people. Like, that's the way you're raised. I wish there were more people that was raised like that. Because it's one thing to train them to be lady or gentleman. It's another if you make them grow up too fast and not enjoy life as a kid. And that was another thing too. It's like, yeah, you have parents that, like, let a kid be a kid. And if I would have known then what I know now, I probably would have enjoyed being a kid a whole lot more. Because I hate being an adult, quiet as it's kept. It's just too much. Also, in American society, everything is not only rigid, but polarized. And people go from one extreme to another. We need to break that cycle. I need the Twitter tea. Why are we finally canceling the Skims and not plastic fish? Should Momager Crispy word? Apparently it's, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Kardashians. Well, sidebar, did y'all see that picture of Kim taking a photo? It looked like she was doing a photo shoot in the back of, I don't know. It looked like a Tesla to me, but she was taking a photo shoot in the back of the Tesla. And somebody posted like a shady, I think I might have reposted it on my Twitter. I don't remember. But I did see the picture and I just rolled my eyes and kept scrolling. I have a friend who started cheerleading for our school when we were in 8th grade, and he's still a cheerleader at his university. He's a black boy. I wanted to try out too, but never did. Yeah, because it looked like it'd be a load of fun up in there. When I be seeing some of them kids up in there doing the cheers, I was like, okay. Especially with what is it, St. John's? They have a good cheer dancing, like the cheerleader dancers, whatever you want to call it. Like, we have the Nick City dancers. That's what they call them now. They're not cheerleaders, they're dancers. So people have to understand rural America is very much different than Metro. It's not like the 50s, but not as progressive. It's still a little slow down there. They still trying to catch up. Not Gwen, shouldn't be surprised. She's from Orange County. That's what a lot of people have been saying. Even one of my friends who lives out in LA was like, she's from Orange County. Y'all should not be shocked. Is like woke is used for everything now. Absolutely. Masculine, woke, they've all been weaponized. And of course, it's been weaponized as a negative term. He is a raccoon. If he was black, he'd be a coon. we take the rack off. And it's like, because he wears enough eyeliner to... Okay. Did you... Who gives a fuck about Miss Bussy? We don't care about that old dirty neck mother. I can't stand Miss Bussy. Miss Bussy mad ass. Because that bitch always mad about something. But why would he go on... Wait, he was interviewed on Hollywood Unlocked, so you don't like the gays, but you got interviewed by a homosexual? Is that what happened? Speaking of which, some bitch had to jump in my line talking about I'm trying to be like Jason Lee, use the Beyonce for clout. Bitch, first of all, I don't need to use anybody for clout. Trust and believe, Beyonce is not the one that brings me the numbers on this damn show. So if you really be out here thinking that I need, Miss Beaton, the queen of the beehive, to get attention, that ain't what it is. And also, what you hoes need to learn is that I've been doing this long before Jason Lee started doing the whole podcasting media space. He does what he does, I do what I do. But I've been doing this longer. I've been doing this, like I told you, 2026 makes 2 decades that I've been running my mouth talking about people. So I don't need Beyonce for clout. So I cussed her ass out and blocked her before she tried to get me reported. That's the way you got to do it. You got to beat them to it. Cuss their ass out and keep them moving. One, I'm surprised nobody called the CPS. Well, I guess because in the South, that's a lot different. That's like, I guess is more acceptable. And two, it seemed like the media, police or whatever, they don't care what happened to Black lives. I mean, they did just get rid of the Black Lives Matter mural, didn't they? I saw the Kim K magazine photo shoot. This is her telling us where she stands in society. Well, we knew that the minute she started trying to sell, act like a saleswoman for Tesla, the door she opened before now we saw Donald Trump out here do the same damn thing. I don't know why people are surprised. The Kardashians are always like this. They go where the wind blows. They want them tax cuts too. But who's still following them old broads? Nobody keeping them. And nobody wasn't keeping up with them bitches back when they was at ease. I don't know why people are acting surprised now. Anyway, let me close all these windows. I be forgetting to close all my windows sometimes. But anyway, let's move on, y'all. And let's get into this Gene Hackman story because we have an update. And apparently, I totally forgot that he had kids because they're saying now that Gene Hackman and his wife both passed away, she before him, that his estate, which I believe he is worth $80 million, he didn't leave it to his kids. But the kids are trying to go and contest the will and go after the coin. So following the poignant circumstances of the deaths last month of Gene Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa, more uncertainty lingers over what will happen to his $80 million fortune. Now, BBC News reports that the will of the double Oscar winner has been released, showing Hackman left his entire estate to his late wife, with no mention of his 3 children from his earlier marriage. However, following the discovery of the bodies on February 26, authorities have established that Arakawa predeceased her husband as much as a week. If this was ascertained, the BBC quotes an LA attorney saying that this would render Hackman's will invalid and means his children could have claim to the estate. Now, California attorney Trey Lavelle told BBC the estate will actually be probated in accordance with interstate succession laws, and the children will be lawfully next in line to inherit. Because I was sitting there wondering, how does that all work? It's like, I guess, when he dies, it automatically goes to the wife, and then I guess if she dies, the money goes to the kids. But I also wonder, why did he decide to leave his children out of the will? Why didn't you include them in? And you want to leave everything to your recent wife. Did they do you dirty back in the day, or are you one of those fathers that just very much Joan Crawford-esque, which is like, oh, I'm not leaving my kids anything. What was the line that she said in Mommy Dearest? Y'all, I forget the line that she she said they for reasons unknown or something, or unmentioned or whatever the case was, or why y'all not getting a piece of her pie. I'm exaggerating. I mean, paraphrasing, but y'all get the gist. So then they also said that they would need to prove that the will is invalid because Arakawa died before Hackman. Arakawa's will left all her assets to her husband with the provision that if he predeceased her, they would go into a trust and then to charity. I'm trying to remember what exactly was her profession before she got with him, because what kind of money she got that she's leaving her stuff to him, and that the money that's left over will go into a trust and then into charity. So this is the latest that we have on Gene Hackman. I definitely am nosy to want to know what transpired between them, that this had happened, that you didn't leave, like, okay, so if anything happens to my wife, why didn't you leave your fortune to your kids? I really want to know the reason behind all that. So hopefully somebody out there will get to the bottom of it. I'm sure probably the Daily Mail or one of them will probably get into it, but I'm gonna have to take what they say with a grain of salt because y'all some haters over there on that damn website. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story and the latest development regarding Gene Hackman's kids not being a part of the will, but they're saying they can gonna contest it and try to get their share of his estate? Because what y'all gonna do? Leave that money just flying around in the bank? Like, no, that'd be the worst. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. There she been trashed. Hence why we call them Kim Kardashian. Gene Hackman's kids are in their 50s and 60s. Well, yeah, that would make sense because he was what, 94, 95? They wanted the retirement money. Daddy dearest. Literally. It's like, are you daddy dearest to Joan Crawford's mommy dearest? And Crown Miles want to know. Wait, hold on. So let me take that comment out. So we can transition over into our next topic, which is Tyler Perry's eulogy to the legendary Angie Stone. So Angie Stone, tragically, as y'all know, has suddenly died in a car accident earlier this month, and the music community has been shaken up ever since. Now, at her funeral held this week, Tyler Perry made a powerful emotional speech in her memory. So, there was from what I heard, a lot of celebrities showed up. So yeah, film and TV mogul paid tribute to Angie Stone at her funeral on Friday, telling the congregation at Word of Faith Cathedral in Austell, Georgia, that he is angry by how she was treated by the music industry. And remember, or maybe I didn't bring this up before because I wanted to celebrate the legacy of Angie Stone. Y'all already know, like when we did her celebration, I love me some Angie Stone. I love her music. I've always loved everything about her. Like I told you, I was in a whole dirty backpack, neo soul type of, that was like my shit back in the day. When it came to like that whole genre of music, it was her, it was Erykah Badu, it was Vivian Green, it was it was D'Angelo, it was Music Soul Child. Like I was listening to a lot of that music coming up at that time. And I live for everything that Angie Stone coming out. Like if I could go and dig into the archives and pull out all her CDs and show y'all, trust and believe, I was out here living for everything that she, put out. So Tyler Perry, I do have the clip. Shout out to the Neighborhood Talk. And of him speaking out about the music industry, because she did mention, they said that weeks prior, and I didn't even know about this until I saw a lot of people talking about it. They said that she was calling out the music industry, saying they was robbing her. They robbed her blind. She wasn't making no money from the industry. They actually owe her money. And some people are even running around with the conspiracy theory that because she was speaking ill of the industry and how they treated her, that they may have been the reason for her demise. I don't want to sit and get caught up in the whole conspiracy theory of it all, which is why some people saying, Iggy Azalea, you need to watch what you're saying out here in these streets about Universal doing you dirty, because you might end up like Angie Stone. So I do have the clip. We're going to play her, and then we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
Y'all got to forgive me because I'm angry at the way she was treated. I did not know all the things that she was going through. Recently, I found out because I'm not on Instagram. I'm not being hooked and manipulated by an algorithm telling me what to think and how to feel. So I don't see everything. But to think that this woman was in the business for all of these years, and there's a difference between performing because you want to and performing because you have to. All of those years, all of those songs, all of that money that was owed to her, where is it? It's wrong. It is wrong. And I'm tired of seeing us struggle and go through things and work hard and not reap the benefits of what we were supposed to reap. But you got to be careful when you start mistreating people, especially children of God, because the Bible says, touch not my anointed and do my prophet no harm. Y'all got to forgive me because I'm angry at the way she was treated. I did not know all the things that she was going through. Recently, I found out because I'm not on Instagram. I'm not being hooked and manipulated by an algorithm telling me what to think and how to feel. So I don't see everything. But to think that this woman was in the business for all of these years.
Sorry, y'all. I had dropped my chapstick. That's why I had to like jump off the camera just for a second. But anyway, going to Pastor Perry, you better preach. But it's like, yeah, the way that they treated her and they was harboring her money and not paying her right. That's why I said this industry is run by a bunch of damn criminals. That's why you got to be careful out here with all this other stuff. But so I don't feel no ways tied by what Tyler Perry said. I'm glad that he spoke out. And ain't nobody gonna touch him because that man got his own money. He don't need the industry to make something of himself. He also recalled the lyrics to Stone's hit single "No More Rain in This Cloud," telling the congregation, he said, "My sunshine is coming. I'm all cried out. There's no more rain in this cloud." The beauty of what she is talking about is when a cloud has no more tears. It dissipates. It's gone. But if you listen to that song again, there is a part that I want you to really, really listen to. She said, "What goes around comes around. What goes up must come down. The things you do come back to you." So he basically saying that, yeah, there's going to be some karma for that ass. And when them people least expect it. He also said she was someone who sold kindness and joy to people. She sold love and her voice to people. God bless you, Angie. My heart, my soul is with you. I'm so glad that there's no more rain in your cloud. So yeah, she can finally rest in peace. But people jumped up in the comments for what he said over on the Neighborhood Talk. One person said, "You need friends like this. Support me in life and death." Yeah, and that's what you definitely need. Don't only support me when I'm no longer here. Support me when I'm here too. And another person went and said, "At least he is afraid to say something. I respect him for this." Another person said, the way this man always stand up for Black women." Another person said, "The most disrespected, mistreated person is a Black woman. Kudos to him for standing up for her. Send the money to her kids." Somebody said he actually would make a really good pastor. Child, he put all that church shit in his damn movies. Why y'all surprised that we got Pastor Perry out here delivering sermons like he a cross between Joel Osteen and T.D. Jakes? He always been giving that in a lot of his commentary in his films and in real life. Tyler Perry definitely goes hard for, a lot of his religious stuff. Now, whether you agree with it or not, that's another conversation for a whole nother day, but that's always kind of what he's been going by. Now, a person said, "I was there and it was truly the most beautiful service. Kiki White gave me chills and Angie's kids gave the most beautiful tribute. Angie was truly an angel on earth. Our very first conversation, she poured into me. She impacted so many lives." And that's why I said she was a good one. And, per usual, we keep losing all the good ones. And then we would just keep ending up with these morons out here like the president of the United States and the people that he got working for him with their foolishness. How y'all still breathing? But anyway, yeah, so shout out to you, Angie. May you finally get, rest in peace. And y'all need to be just a little careful out here in regards to these contracts y'all signing. Because, yeah, these record labels are here to rob y'all blind. And all that mess. So shout out to you, Angie. Shout out to you, Tyler. And yeah, so I want to hear from you guys. What do you think of this story in regards to what Tyler Perry had to say during Angie Stone's funeral? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Oh yeah, I read that one already. So this is why they allegedly took out Michael, Prince, Whitney, and others who saw and knew too much behind the scenes. Allegedly. All right, y'all. So let's get into this America's Next Top Model tea, because Yaya DaCosta is breaking her silence after Tyra Banks addressed criticism of her show ANTM at a recent award show. So now, on March 15th, which was this past Saturday, Yaya, who's 42, directly responded to a speech delivered by Banks, 51, at the Essence Black Women in Hollywood Awards late last month, where she responded to criticisms of the reality competition series. Now, for those of you who don't remember, DaCosta was a contestant on the series in 2004 and the runner-up in cycle 3. I'm like, damn, that was like in the early seasons. So she basically in the video played a clip of what Tyra had to say in the speech and said why she felt compelled to speak. It is a bit lengthy. I don't know if I'm gonna play the whole damn thing because at some parts, Yaya, you get a little long. I love you, girl, but you get a little long-winded. So I'm gonna play the clip and then we'll come back and talk. Please hold.
20 years ago, I created a television show called America's Next Top Model. You guys have no idea how hard we fought to bring the diversity to that television show at a time where it didn't exist, to show different beauties, a time when people in the fashion industry were telling me, oh, you putting the girls in the hood on your show? We fought and we struggled, but we made it happen. Did we get it right? Hell no, I said some dumb shit. But I refuse to have my legacy be about some stuff linked together on the internet when there were 24 cycles of changing the world. We all evolve. We all get better together.
Okay.
Oh, wow. A lot was said and a lot was not said. I feel compelled to speak because ever since that speech aired last week from the Essence Black Women in Hollywood Awards ceremony, my DMs, why y'all acting up? There were so many comments asking all these questions, excited to see some beginnings of accountability, still mad because they didn't hear an apology, this apology that y'all have been talking about for years. And I wanted to share something with you that I shared with some women in the room at this awards ceremony. So what happened was I went to the bathroom once in the entire ceremony. It just so happened to be right before Tyra spoke. Her name wasn't on the program. Nobody knew she was going to speak. It was just like unexpected. By the time I left the bathroom, I got caught in some conversations in the hallway. And then I thought, oh, now is a good time to do the photo studio that they had there. So I went to the photo studio. Tyra was sitting in the room in the corner with her, I think, publicist. And there was no one else in the room except for the 4-person camera crew. What? I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't had a real interaction with this woman since 2004. And the story that I had been telling for so long was a story of trauma. There were so many things that happened on the show, some of which y'all know. Let's talk about manipulative editing and weaponization of girls' weaknesses, from catalyzing body dysmorphia to eating disorders, from anti-Blackness to blackface photo shoots. Like, yes, there was real trauma. And it wasn't by accident, but by design. The goal was entertainment over real world modeling preparation, and especially over mental health. So it's no wonder that tell-all documentaries are coming out and that contestants are speaking after all these years, even decades, about healing from the shock of the experience. To be honest, the most shocking of which did not even air, but we're not going to get into that. Okay. What we're getting into here is forgiveness. This was such an amazing opportunity for me to finally close that chapter as I'm beginning a new one and to model grace. I was so excited in this moment to walk over to her, to reach for her hands, and to greet her with warmth, with gratitude, with love, something that I would not have been capable of. The couple of places that we've been in the past, we did not speak. Probably both pretended not to see each other. It was very awkward, very strange, very irresponsible. And most of all, irresponsible to myself. Because when you're continuing to blame someone for something, you're giving your power away. And I learned that the practice of forgiveness is for me. Can you please give me a tissue? Whew. It's for me. It's for me to be in my power, to know that my life is something that I am creating with every choice, with every dream, with every daydream, with every journal entry, with every conversation. I am speaking my life into existence. So if I keep telling the story of blame, then I'm refusing to take ownership. That I'm refusing to accept that everything that happens in life is not happening to me, but for me. And if that is true, then everything is serving me as long as I'm learning from it.
Okay, so we'll leave it there because, like I said, it gets a bit lengthy. I already played, and probably I think already went on for 2 minutes. But I feel like, you know what? Because Yaya and I are in the same age range, I totally get it. Once you hit your 40s, you really start to reflect on things that you went through in your life, especially like in your 20s and 30s. And you look at it as like, you know what? These were things that weren't happening to you. It was happening for you in a way of like a learning lesson. What lesson am I learning from this situation and not to go back to that sort of thing? And I feel like in a lot of ways that you hear all these people talk about, oh, I was traumatized by what went on by America's Next Top Model. But here's the thing. And I noticed that a lot of people are making their little videos and all this other stuff, but I wonder the age of a lot of these people that are coming out with these America's Next Top Model citations and saying that this show was problematic and all this other stuff. Because quiet as it's kept, back in the day when we watched America's Next Top Model, we didn't have a problem with a lot of the stuff that was going on. We didn't see it as an issue with somebody having to fix their teeth or the whole blackface thing. I wasn't able to process that. Now when you look back on it, I'm like, okay, that's a big problem. Why are we painting white girls up in here look like they black? Because you think this is an idea of I want you to see what it's like to walk a day in a black woman's shoes. You paint somebody's face to look like Zoe Saldana in that movie that she did, Nina Simone. That's not gonna make somebody understand what it's like to be someone who's a person of color in America. And then walking down the street and deal with it. This is a whole photo shoot. And you're just making them up to look a certain way, which is problematic. And we know the history of blackface. So I can totally understand it. But then it was somebody who worked behind the scenes. I saw a video. I think she was on the Jasmine brand. I didn't bring that clip up because I didn't really want to play it, but I'm going to just paraphrase. So she basically was going in saying, like, making it seem like what Yaya was saying was a bad thing. And I'm like, girl, you ain't even watched the video, clearly, because you up on TV talking about, well, she tried to, in your car or whatever, talking about it. Making it seem like that Yaya is using this for clout. Why these girls keep bringing up something that happened on America's Next Top Model? If y'all had a problem with it, y'all just don't try out for the show. And it's like, you can't tell somebody how to feel in regards of what they went through because you was behind the scenes beating these bitches' face so they could look cute on TV. So you don't know what it was like dealing with the overall pressures of being on a reality show, which, yes, at the end of the day, it's a reality competition show. And I would not be surprised decades from now, we gonna have a bunch of girls coming out talking about the stuff that went on behind the scenes with RuPaul's Drag Race and all the stuff that was going on with that. Because it seemed like all these shows that come out, these competition type shows, there's always a conversation about people who did not have the best experience and the shenanigans that went on behind the scenes with production or all that other stuff. People have to realize while America's Next Top Model was supposed to be about the modeling world, it was also a reality competition series. So while she was bringing in challenges based off of her experience as a model, it's not a real modeling show. If y'all really want to go out there and be models and do the Gold Seas and all other stuff, it would have been a docuseries. It's a competition show. So yeah, it has to be heightened for entertainment purposes. And I think when you're young and you're so wet behind the ears and you see this show as something as a platform that is going to catapult you to the mainstream, or I get to be a star, I get to be a celebrity, then that's the way you're going to look at it. You're not going to you're going to be all naive or whatever. You're not really going to pay attention to the nuances and things until you're in the midst of it. And now I'm glad that she finally was like, you know what, I'm not going to let this thing define me. I came to peace with whatever I got, and it is what it is. And I'm sure we're going to have those same girls out there probably not going to feel the same way that Yaya feels. But Yaya, I feel like it's taking more of like this Zen spiritual approach. But I also understand on Tyra's end, it's like, yeah, we were trying to create this thing at the time. And yeah, we didn't get it right all the time. But what y'all not going to do is paint this narrative like I was this monster, because I wasn't. Now, because she may have had her moments, which is what most hosts, I'm sure, would do. And I'm sure people would say the same damn thing about RuPaul. But nobody's perfect. You created this show, you created this opportunity and this platform to catapult so many of y'all into the stratosphere and the mainstream. But once y'all done with the show, you figure out how you going to continue to maintain that success. I'm not going to sit up here and hold your damn hand forever. And so I feel like let's not take away or diminish what these other people have done or what they're doing. And let's not also try to vilify Tyra. Because, yeah, it was like, America's Next Top Model, you can look at some of the challenges as hella problematic, but we didn't see it that way at the time. So I really wish people would understand that and stop trying to inflict 2025 stuff on a show that came out in 2004. Because 2004 and 2024, two different times. That's 2 decades apart. So relax with that. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I forgot to read some of the comments on that. Now, there was some people in the comments. Here's why when Kevin said, wow, so much happy I stopped to watch this. How beautiful to hear, and a message we all need right now. Thank you. Y'all need to follow Kevin Ortega Rojas. I always reference him every now and again on this show. Now, Precious Pauline said, I love you. Even Marcel jumped in the comments and said, I love you from head to toe. You have always been a woman of such charisma and eloquence. Not eloquence. When you speak, your maturity and your desire to be so aligned with your purpose illuminates everything you do. I love you. I love this post. So beautiful, sis. Another person said, you might not remember this, but we met 7 years ago when my son was in the NICU in Atlanta, and you were talking to my mom about my sick newborn in the waiting room. You turned to me and asked if it was okay to see a picture of him. You handled us and me with such care at the lowest point in my life. My mom did not know who you were and later said that little lady was kind. Always thankful for your continued grace and kindness. You deserve all good things. And so, you know what? Shout out to Yaya, because we need more positive women like her. And then Jessie Wu, let's just say what she got to say, because we know Jessie. Did she get into it with Tamar? But who didn't, right? She said, Yaya, this video is a video that should be studied. The lesson you just taught all of us about the art of forgiveness and who it truly is for is something that I am taking very personally. Wow, just wow. So yeah, I love the fact that, we got some good positive stuff out here from a beautiful Black woman like Yaya DaCosta. So if y'all want to see the full video, because I know it probably goes on more than that, definitely go over to her Instagram and check it out. Yaya DaCosta. Definitely go over there and check it out. Watch the clip and leave some words of encouragement over there in the comments. So, and I'll leave some words of encouragement in my comments as well. And you know where that is, down below. All right, damn, child. I did not realize I made this show so long. It's like so many topics, but we gonna power through them, child. This might be a 5-hour episode. No, it's not. Well, it's not. We're not even 3 hours in, so I can finish this in probably like another hour, give or take. Yes, I know. You talked to a couple of the girls. What's that? I bet I get Gen Z. When you say they loco, as I look at it through the lens, but I want to be honest, I always told them, you don't have to like the film, but it did impact our culture. Yes, it's wrong, but don't erase it. You don't have to watch it. And first of all, you weren't around old enough at the time to understand what we was watching. So y'all can't come up in here and try to erase our history, because you don't know what it was when we were back growing up in 2004 watching America's Next Top Model. And then 5 years later, when we came with RuPaul's Drag Race, I still watch after, but I understand it's problematic and stuff, but I still enjoy it. It's my Housewives and Wait, you watch AGT? What's that? America's Got Talent? My parents watch America's Got Talent. He said, where's the Simon Cowell a monster? Tyra looks like a saint. Exactly. Why is nobody breaking down when Simon Cowell was a nuisance during the American Idol seasons? But I guess because people aren't watching old episodes of American Idol because it's a singing competition, it's dated. Whereas if it was a modeling competition, Most of them were infants or kids. Exactly. In 2004, y'all wasn't even like aware of what was going on. I was in my mid-20s when AMTM was on. That's why I said, shout out to Yaya, her beautiful behind. They said, I want to start watching AMTM. I've been wanting to for a while, but Hulu was. Wait, what's going on with Hulu? I was going to actually watch it too. I was going to start rewatching it, but I'm just like, I'm on such a whole rewatch situation. Like I told you, I've been in this whole 90s bag, and it probably because of a comment that was made earlier in the show that there was a part of the 90s that we had like so much great stuff. It's like I'm rewatching Living Single, I'm watching Neill Undercover, I'm watching like old Law and Order. Like I just love, I don't know, I'm just in this whole nostalgic era. Maybe because those were the good times. Anyway, let's move on, y'all. And let's go start a huge debate because apparently what had happened was, and I saw this over at That Grape Juice, so shout out to them because apparently Forbes ranked Mariah Carey as the top female vocalist of the 90s. And Janet, Whitney, Celine, Tony, all of them is in the top list. Hold on. I keep getting things that keeps popping open. But hold on. So let me pull up the picture so y'all can see it, and then we'll talk about her. Let's talk about it. Shout out to y'all. So they said Forbes' entertainment editors certainly ruffled their fair share of feathers last year when they crowned Queen of Neo Soul Erykah Badu the greatest R&B singer of all time. Did they do that? Did we even talk about that in the show? I don't remember that. But their newest musical index seemed to have earned a bit more favor with the various hardcore fans basis some of music's biggest names. Now, the Money magazine took a break from counting coins to counting down the top 30 female vocalists of the 90s, a list that made its way to the net in celebration of March being Women's History Month. Now, considering female acts across multiple genres, including but not limited to pop, rock, rap, R&B, and more, Forbes said that the divas ranking on the compilation were based on their critical acclaim, impact on society, longevity, and of course, commercial impact during the time period. Now, unsurprisingly, Mariah Carey, the best-selling female artist of the decade and only act to have a Hot 100 chart-topping hit each year from 1990 to 1999, ranked at number one, which is why I guess she don't even, hold on, why she don't, see, I cannot with this stuff keep popping up. This is why I guess she don't be putting out music anymore. So yeah, according to That Grape Juice, this is their list. And this is what irritates me because they have so many freaking ads that pop up on this page. It's hard to even read a lot of their stuff. So number 1 is Mariah. Number 2 is Janet. Number 3 is Whitney. Number 4 is Shania. Number 5 is LeAnn Rimes. 6 is Toni Braxton. 7 is Celine Dion. 8 is Madonna. Number 9 is Mary J. Blige, and number 10 is Sheryl Crow. Now, they said other notable entries include Lauryn Hill at number 12, Brandy at number 16, Cher at number 20, Erykah Badu at 23, and Christina Aguilera at number 28. Now, of course, this was a problem for a lot of people when this popped up because I don't know if people in my page was not paying attention. But I had some people in the comments that were just like, let me read some of them. So one of the ones I do agree with, Celine Dion said should have been Whitney at 1, Celine at number 2, and Mariah at 3. And then do whatever the hell you want with the rest of them. I kind of agree with that. So, but then there was some people that jumped in the comments that was trying to change the whole narrative. One person said Janet created mumble rap. And they said, I mean, if being a perfect example. Another person, well, Sheila Mermaid said this, said, as much as I love Janet, I have to agree, top 3 should be the vocal trinity, followed by Toni Braxton. But then you said Janet. I'm like, no, not Janet. And I love Janet, but child, first of all, her whispering ass should not be ranking higher than Whitney and Celine because she was number 2. So then, what else is it? Another person, as a vocalist, it's one thing if you appreciate one's music over the other, but as a live vocalist, Celine is much more consistent, which is true. Janet, I mean, have y'all heard Janet? I mean, not Janet. Have y'all heard Mariah out here singing lately? She be sounding a mess. She don't even be trying up on that stage anymore. And y'all be paying all that money to go see her perform. Another person, as much as I love Janet, I have to agree. Top 3. Oh wait, I read that one already. So then Kano was like, it could be by money, not vocal talent. If that's the case, then why does it say vocal talent? Like, you can't be up here, oh, it's about money. Well, if that was the case, they would have said money. And why are you saying that? Because it's Forbes? Like it said, top female vocalist of the 90s. It ain't said nothing about top money maker of the 90s. Then Joey said, why is Jennifer Lopez there? It was like, child, that was Sheryl Crow. It's like, apparently everybody got Sheryl Crow confused. I am confusion. So, yeah. So, I don't know. What do y'all think about this? Because I was sitting over here thinking about this mess, and I'm sitting there like, now look. Now I'm looking at it. The girls that, in my opinion, would be in the top, I do agree that, well, I'm sorry, but Whitney should always be number one. I'm going to look at Whitney being number one, not Mariah, but I guess because Mariah was the bigger star. She had all these significant she was huge in the 90s. When she came out with Vision of Love and Love Takes Time and all that other stuff. And then I'm sorry, if we talk about vocal down, and yeah, we know that Mariah has a 5-octave vocal range. So I guess in number one, she was that crossover girl. Whitney was out here doing her thing too, but I don't know if was she as big as, well, yeah, she kind of was. Because at one point, y'all was accusing Whitney of trying to be a white woman. So I would leave it as, because Mariah and Whitney had the bigger careers at the time, but I feel like Whitney came out before her. She came out in the 80s, so I'm sorry. No shade. I'm putting Whitney first, Mariah second, then we could put Celine. Then y'all can just do whatever the hell y'all want in regards to that. But if we talk about vocals, you know I love you, Madonna, but the vocals is not where it needs to be in regards of like vocal powerhouses. Shania was doing her thing. Janet, I need subtitles when she sing. So, as do I with Toni Braxton. Don't even get me started on Mary J. Blige and all that damn screaming she do. And then she be doing that stupid little dance. I don't know whose dance is worse, her or Little Kim's. So I definitely want to hear from y'all. And Facebook is getting on my damn nerves because they keep with these freaking pop-ups. That's why I had to take that damn photo off. So I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story in regards of this Forbes situation? Maybe they do all this because they want to start some mess. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. Sarah McLachlan. Onyx said, I've been waiting for this topic. Mariah is number one for sure, but Whitney should be behind her at number two. You know how much I love Janet and go crazy defending her, but number 3 is her spot. Yeah, she's been lower than that. I swear we're the same person. I just rewatched Who's the Boss, Cheers, MASH, and now I'm on Perfect Strangers. Yeah, we do. We do. We watch a lot of old stuff. If it was based on longevity, it would have been Madonna at number 1. Toni Braxton would have been at least number 4. But why was it Sarah McLachlan in there? I don't know. Sarah McLachlan, I felt like didn't really have like that longevity like the rest of these girls. I mean, yeah, she did Lilith Fair and all that other stuff, but I feel like she was kind of a moment in time. Similar to like Lisa Loeb and all that other stuff, like that type of music. Now, I love Janet, but Whitney should be number 1. Celine 2, Mariah 3, Toni, Christina, Janet Jackson. Yeah, I don't understand why they had Christina so damn low. Maybe she pissed off a lot of people. I love Fiona Apple, but yeah, Fiona Apple really, I don't feel like made that much of an impact. Janet and Celine weren't on the top 100 vocalist list. Oh yeah, I forgot about that mess. Don't even remind me. I don't think Madonna or Fiona were on the Rolling Stone list either. Celine should have been in the top 10 for that list. The Bodyguard soundtrack, child, don't even bring up the Bodyguard soundtrack, especially if we was in the same room, Michelle Visage, because you know she will remind us where her song is, what track it is, on that damn soundtrack. In 2025, we're still talking sex book, ray of light, erotica, and bedtime. So you want to know something? I even got into it with somebody who was sitting there bringing up the whole Madonna thing and was trying to say, oh, well, the sex book had nothing to do with music. I'm like, did you not hear of erotica? That was kind of, they both go hand in hand. Like, what are you talking about? So what are you trying to, you can't hear the music through the pictures and the magazine. I'm like, is this motherfucker slow? Because I'm like, what are you talking about? It's like the book coincides with the album. It said, these lists are nothing more than desperate. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I was thinking that too. I'm like, y'all just doing this to piss the people off. Y'all just doing this because Quiet As It's Kept, ain't nobody checking for no damn Forbes magazine, just like they're not checking for Rolling Stone. So they need to create these stupid lists just to get us talking about it. And then we go on and start debating about it. It says Sarah had a lot of hits. Yeah, she did have a lot of hits, but I don't know if they would have put her in that same category though. I mean, for female vocalists in the 90s, I heard Sarah McLachlan is she? Lord. I also hear people say Madonna talks in her songs, not too much on Jen. I mean, she does spoken word, but that was a whole situation though. Erotica was the soundtrack for the exactly. So it's like, what are you even talking about when you went and said that? Wait, who said that Madonna was in the vocal trinity? Because even I would have said no, she's not. Madonna's a performer at the end of the day, and her vocals have gotten stronger back. You know, when she did the training for Evita and stuff. When we talk about vocal trinity, we talking about. I'm talking about Mariah, Celine, and Whitney. Those will be the vocal trinity. Now, if we talk about the pop trinity, it would be Prince, Michael Jackson, and Madonna. Especially because there's nobody that matches their tenacity for being creative. Lord Jesus, let's get into, speaking of converted to MAGA, let's get into this story. Since we were just talking about that with Sarah McLachlan, I need to look into that and see if, she is caught up in that. Now, here's the thing. Now, Gwen Stefani has not been known for speaking out about her politics, except she did campaign, I believe, for Joe Biden or something or another. But now it seems like she, according to the people, she's been radicalized and she might be a Trump supporter. If this picture don't finish blurring, it's probably because they both look a mess in this picture. It took a minute. So, singer Gwen Stefani alleged allegiance to Donald Trump and his MAGA campaign has sparked concern among her legions of loyal fans, I should say. The No Doubt star, 52, has not publicly discussed her political views. However, she is known to have been one of the top fundraisers for Barack Obama during his presidential campaign and once performed at a party hosted by former President Joe Biden. It therefore came as somewhat of a shock when the mom of three, who is married to country star Blake Shelton, who they feel like has radicalized her and brainwashed her, publicly supported, this is their words, not mine, publicly supported conservative political commentator Tucker Carlson, reposted one of his religious interviews. Sidebar, remember back when Tucker Carlson used to wear bow ties? He used to irritate me with that. He don't, not so much anymore. Now he just got a fat, he just got a fat head and a double chin. Now an insider has claimed that Gwen appears to have gone full MAGA and doesn't care if it alienates her fans, suggesting a change in her political view could be down to Blake, who is a reported Republican. They said, quote, after massively supporting Democrats for years, she appears to have gone MAGA. Some of this can be attributed to her marriage, as Blake is an infamous Republican. She shut out everyone for him. She has shed her persona to become the unrecognizable opposite of what she once was. Well, sis, is the dick that damn good that you out here just truly eradicating who you are as a person? Because of what? Out of it, and you know what? The people out here were saying, like, you know what? They talking about that they don't, now they understand what Miranda Lambert was dealing with. And then other people out here saying justice for Gavin Rossdale. Remember when he was out here cheating? Didn't he have a whole kid with the nanny? Or something or other that he didn't even know he had a kid with? The same similar situation as like Arnold Schwarzenegger. I had to take him up. No, but that was the maid. You know, there's a lot of celebrities out here be boning their damn nannies. Ben Affleck did too. That's why he and Jennifer Garner are no longer together, because he was out there boning the damn nanny. Damn, don't y'all ever think about traveling outside of y'all jurisdiction for some pussy if y'all going cheap? That I don't get. But yeah, they was out here saying that Gavin Rossdale, justice for Gavin Rossdale, and now a lot of people are actually having sympathy and empathy for Miranda Lambert because of this mess. Now, they said, referencing Gwen's post, Carlson reposting Carlson's interview with actor and devout Catholic Jonathan Romy. I don't know who the hell that is, but I guess now this is why he had to go and grift into this situation. Because when Hollywood ain't giving you no coins and you're not getting up for no roles, what's the next thing? I gotta become this radicalized nutbag, or I gotta get into religion. I gotta go where the grift resides. So yeah, they said the Tucker Carlson situation is not anything new, though. This is who she has become. Gwen is not even trying to hide who she has become, and the person is unrecognizable to her fans, friends, and even her label. Now, Romy spoke to the right-wing commentator for almost an hour and a half about the Christian season of Lent, his role playing Jesus in his crowdfunded TV show and prayer app Hollow, which you know Gwen is a part of. Saying, wow, at Jonathan Romy, you are a powerful, inspirational human. This is what she gushed while reposting their interview. Following the endorsement, some of the star's fans weren't happy, as one replied, you need a reality check. This is heartbreaking. Another said, as a longtime fan, you're making it harder and harder to keep supporting you, while a third suggested Gwen is in her Trump era, or in the Trump cult, if you want to call it that. Now, however, others supported the No Doubt star, with several saying they had signed up to Prayer App Hollow, which Gwen is one of the faces of. The What You're Waiting For star encourages people to pray with me on the app, which is also endorsed by Hollywood A-listers, including Chris Pratt, and don't even forget Mark Wahlberg. Because here's the thing, when I be on YouTube sometimes, that's how I became aware of it. The prayer app actually pops up as one of the ads. So I've seen the one with her, and I really wasn't paying attention to it. I've seen the one with her, and I've seen the one with, I haven't seen the Chris Pratt one, but I've seen the one with her, and I've seen the one with Mark Wahlberg. And I'd be like, can you hurry up so I could just skip this damn thing? Because don't be trying to, enforce your religious beliefs on me. If this is the stuff y'all want to believe, and you want to believe in a fake-ass Sky Daddy and all this other mess, then you go ahead and believe in all of that. But me, I don't want to be that stuff being pushed up on me. So that's why I just be like, whatever. If you like it, I love it. But if y'all are interested in this Catholic prayer and meditation app, it's got millions of viewers on it, and guess how much the price is? It's $69.90. Child, why y'all pick 69 as the number? Y'all supposed to be of the church, and y'all pick $69.99 as your price a year for the premium subscription, but that's £64 if you're British. But look, even what I said about this, the way progressive artists become conservative once they pass their prime, that should need to be studied. Because I just don't understand, like, why all of a sudden is she, like, so caught up in this whole situation? Because here's the thing. If you can do whatever the hell you want. I don't understand people who go around and just completely change who they are as a human being to please their man. I think this is what some people worried about with Lady Gaga. I don't think that Lady Gaga would go that far with Michael, but the fact that people are just, I'm just going to just erase and totally change who I am as a woman just to appease my husband because I don't want him to leave me or whatever my insecurities are, whatever happened on her past, sis, you worry about a prayer app. Maybe you need to jump on a therapy app and work out whatever issues you got with your past lovers and how they've done you dirty, and work on that and who you are on the inside so that way you don't let that affect your current relationship. Because that's what it seemed like. It just feel like you just a broken woman, you hurt, and now you're going to be in lockstep with your husband because he's like this staunch Republican. Sidebar, now that Blake Shelton has left The Voice, what has he been doing? Has he been putting out music? If people care enough what type of music he puts out? And also with her thinking about, maybe she's all about the Pratt app and she's not necessarily MAGA, but I think maybe what it is that she's liking the video because of who Tucker Carlson interviewed, rather than, I'm just trying to see it from all sides, rather than her saying that because this guy went on Tucker Carlson that I support Tucker Carlson. Now, if she went and started liking some videos that was against marginalized people, whatever the case is, then we could drag her. But maybe people have a problem because it's the whole church thing, the trauma that brings. Because look, I grew up Roman Catholic, so I understand. And maybe it's all that, and the fact that just Tucker Carlson in general just repulses a lot of people. So I totally understand why people feel the way they feel. But at the same time, it's just like, I think she was just liking the video because of who was on there. And she is the face of this app. So she was just, with her getting her little coins from that and all this other stuff, she was about that and not necessarily what Tucker Carlson stands for. Even though I think he's vile any damn way. But I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? Do you think that Gwen Stefani has gone full MAGA in this whole situation? Whatever, or is it just that she was basically, the whole thing is about her praising this guy who was a part of the prayer app that she's a part of, Hollow, and she was, it was a whole Catholic religion situation, and how that's where she is in her life with regards to the whole religious thing, and not necessarily fully indoctrinated in the Republican stuff that her husband allegedly is a part of. So let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Wait, hold on. Because I was like, I gotta go up a little bit. I thought I was like at the thing. I knew when she got with Blake that she become a MAGA or a MAGA. She married him and then went country. Yeah, because I don't know anybody out here who listened to Bouquet. And I heard that she coming out with a deluxe edition. I'm like, for why? First of all, we ain't listened to the first edition. Why are you trying to give us another one? It's the same thing with Eternal Sunshine. Like, can y'all stop expanding on a project that nobody cared for? But if you like it, I love it. I said Madonna gets discussed like the Trinity, but I don't hear Janet in conversation. Carey Hilson, yeah, I heard. But do people care at this point? I mean, I like Carey Hilson back in the day. When it comes to Gwen, she exploited all the cultures except MAGA and the Bible Belt. Well, I guess maybe that's her next grift. Oh, he might be. First of all, Blake definitely gives me big dick energy. That's a tall man. It's thick. So that's probably what it is. He would tear that coochie up. I wouldn't be surprised. I got word her management told her to unfollow Candace Owens because of her gay relevance for her career, and that could hurt her. Oh yeah, I did hear. I forgot you told me that she followed Candace Owens. One of us said we are happy Madonna, Pink, and Debbie Harry hasn't changed. Makes us normal gays happy. Well, Pink is a Virgo through and through. She's not even going. She don't play into that. She's very much outspoken. And Debbie Harry has always been, just punk through and through. And I feel like what you brought up in all three of these women that they have in common, they're, they do pop music, they do all, but they're punk through and through. Debbie Harry is from the CBGB era. I believe Madonna has been to CBGBs. I've even gone to CBGBs before they closed it down. I grew up Catholic as well, and I grew closer to my Catholic faith this year. I prayed every night and every morning, almost every day this year, but I do not trust those. Yeah. And it's like, if you want to feel a connection to God or whatever the case, or whatever you believe, then I'm not going to judge you on that. My issue that I have is people who judge those who don't believe in what they believe. And it's like, live and let live. If people are not hurting you, let them do whatever they want to do, as long as it's not hurting nobody. I guess they no hollering back with us. Okay. My thing is, if Kundis is defending you, I have a problem. Yeah, I don't trust that grifter as far as I can throw, and them dusty edges as far as I can throw her. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Well, a lot of artists started out there as CBGBs, but CBGBs, I'm trying to remember when they closed down. I think it was like in maybe in the mid 2000s when I think they closed. All right, let's see. How many more topics we got to go? We got about 4 more topics. Okay, all right. We're almost at the end of the show. I feel like I'm out of it today. I'm not out of it, but all over the place. So we have about 4 more topics left to go. So before we get to those topics, if you can, please do me a solid and hit that like button and that subscribe button. Also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And also I'll be putting timestamps throughout the show so that way you can be able to follow along with all the topics instead you want to sit through all the banter because we did a whole lot of banter in this episode. So without further ado, let's get into this Rosie O'Donnell story. So we're going to go from Gwen Stefani going full on MAGA, allegedly, to Rosie O'Donnell running away from MAGA. So far, so the heifer done packed her bags and moved to Ireland. So yeah, this story, I was going to report on this the other day, but I was like, it was just way too much going on. So I was like, today is more fitting because it transitioned with the other topic that we just did. So in a March 11th selfie video on TikTok, the comedian and actor revealed that she and Clay moved to Ireland in mid-January. Clay who? Clay Aiken, or she have a child named Clay? She said, it's been pretty wonderful, I have to say. The people are so loving and so kind, so welcoming, and I'm so grateful. Well, your last name is O'Donnell, so you blend right in. The comedian and TV personality said the move to Ireland came about because that's what I decided would be the best for myself and my 12-year-old child, who is non-binary, by the way. Okay, you said so. Clay is her child. I'm happy. Clay is happy. I miss my other kids. I miss my friends. I miss many things about life. They're at home, and I'm trying to find a new home in this beautiful country. And when it's safe for all citizens to have equal rights there in America, that's when we will consider coming back, said the Mama 5. Now, O'Donnell added that she was in the process of being granted Irish citizenship, which she would gain through her ancestry since her grandparents were born in the country. The former Rosie O'Donnell show host, who's been critical of President Donald Trump in the past, went on to express disapproval of the current Trump administration's policies, though she did not specify which ones. Probably all of them. Like, pick one. Like, we don't have all day to just decide on which policies you pick. All of them. How about that? It's been heartbreaking to see what's happening politically and hard on me personally as well. The person is political, as we all know, she said. O'Donnell said that she already made friends in Ireland, including a wonderful man named Tom, who had been showing her all around Dublin. Saying, I'm so grateful, really grateful. Now, O'Donnell has apologized to fans who might seem worried about her whereabouts, explaining that she and Clay needed time to get settled in the new environment before they were ready to reveal their news. She concluded her video by telling fans to try and stay upbeat. Protect your sanity is all I could say. Protect your sanity as much as you can and try not to swim in the chaos if possible. But I know it's nearly impossible when you're there in the middle of it. Yeah, I was about to say, well, it's easy for you to say, sis, when you done packed your bags and decided to flee to another country. And you want to know something? On one hand, I was ready to windmill on her and be like, here y'all go. Because y'all have the money and the resources and the wherewithal, y'all up and run when the going gets tough. And then when everything smooths over and everything is good again, then y'all want to come back. And to me, I just been like, why is everybody scared of Donald Trump? Why is everybody scared like these oligarchs and stuff is going to be able to control things? We, the people, should be banding together to take out these bastards. Why aren't we doing that? But everybody wants to run. But on the other hand, I get why she is leaving the country. Because Donald Trump is not about trying to run the country to help us in the next 4 years, or even his own constituents that voted for him. This man is on his revenge tour. So he's going after everybody who did him dirty within the past decade. But here's the thing. The beef between Rosie O'Donnell and Donald Trump goes further back. Back when she was on not Rosie O'Donnell, back when she was on The View. She mocked how his hair looked. She threw her hair over on the side, was mocking him. And then, which I don't think bothered him or whatever, because he's always, it's always been about the hair. It wasn't until she started talking about the money situation, he's not as rich as he tries to claim. That is what really stuck the knife and scraped the bone beneath the meat. That I really feel like ruffled his pantaloons, because he was upset that she started talking about money. And when it comes to money, when it comes to the amount of people, when it comes to crowd size, when it comes to anything that got to do with size, because he's a size queen. Let's be clear, Trump is a size queen. Whenever it comes down to it, that pisses him off more than anything. if you're gonna call him weak, if you're gonna call him less than, if you're gonna like try to talk about how much money he has or don't have, that's his trigger. That's how you piss him off. So I could totally understand why she packed her bags and left, because it's like, I don't want to have to deal with all that, and then me trying to be I'm not safe in this country. And then I have a child who identifies as non-binary, where he's rolling back a lot of things for trans children or anything that is going to affect the LGBTQ plus community. And there's her being a lesbian and her child being non-binary. Well, who knows? Maybe down the road they might want to become trans. I don't know. But I don't want to have to subject my child to the vitriol that this administration is plaguing down on everybody and keeping everybody fighting and distracted while the robber barons and the corporate oligarchs rob this country blind. So I totally get why she did it, but I think also my beef comes from people I know who don't have the same amount of money as Rosie, who are talking about they plan on moving to other countries because they don't want to deal with the stuff here. And I'm talking, I ain't going no goddamn where. Ain't nobody scaring me out of leaving this damn country. I'm gonna keep running my mouth, and if y'all step to me, nuck if you buck. That's all I gotta say. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story in regards to Rosie O'Donnell speaking on why she decided to leave America for Ireland? Oh, yeah. And then I remember, I forgot to bring this up. So a reporter brought this up at the White House because I believe that, the president or prime minister of Ireland actually was sitting there with Donald Trump. I was like, oh, Lord, here y'all go. So y'all gonna bring this up. And the minute he heard Rosie O'Donnell's name, you ain't see, he looked like he was so bored, like he didn't know where he was. The dementia was dimensioning, allegedly. And then the minute he heard Rosie O'Donnell left the country, you ain't see, like it was like literally a child was giving candy and the sugar rush just hit him. He woke up. He was really excited. He started with his little banter, his one-liners, and I guess this is maybe the reporters doing all this because they want to keep licking his orange taint and getting on his good side. So we're entertaining the shenanigans. We're giving the circus animal his little treat by playing into the BS and getting him to just drop jokes or whatever. And some people was like, they didn't even know who Rosie O'Donnell was. He said, and then he, of course, doing his little read or whatever, was saying like, she's not somebody important that you would want to know. Like he would just say his little stuff. And of course, they're all over there, this stupid little laugh and all that other foolishness. So I was like, here we go. But anyway, let me know what you guys think of this story in the comments down below. Sailor Murray said, I'm tired of these celebs telling us they're moving to other countries because of the president. Most of us don't have the luxury of moving. Absolutely. And I think that somebody brought that up in the comments and she was like, yeah, I'm aware. So that a lot of y'all don't have the privilege. But don't tell us to sit up there and fight if your ass ain't going to do it. I'm not fighting a battle for you. You should, y'all got the money and the resources. Y'all should be out here fighting too. I remember hearing that Karen Swisher was somebody that she was going to buy the Wall Street Journal. She was saying that on The View, and I'm sitting there like, and she was like, "Oh, Jeff Bezos is not going to sell it because he now knows it's valuable because he's removing a lot of independent voices outside of what Donald Trump wants." And I'm sitting there like, why are y'all even trying to buy up something that exists? Create if you build it, they will come. Create that paper that is, or that magazine, or that website, or whatever that is progressive, that is going to speak to the very people. We don't have many voices on the Democratic side that could speak up against the other establishment. They have way more on their side. And then you even see people now who are even shifting their style of reporting over to fit the current narrative. So we don't really have that many voices. There's very few, even on YouTube. I go back and forth on Sabby Sad because she be irritating me at times, but probably because maybe the truth comes across a little harsh, But I have my shows that my YouTube channels I watch that I feel like there's not enough of them that are speaking up about what's going on politically. So you're right. A lot of us don't have the luxury. I wish I could just pack up and leave the country and go somewhere else, but I don't have the financial wherewithal. Trust and believe, if I was making that funky Dineva money where I was like $50,000 a month, a bitch would have moved a long time ago. There's places I would love to live. I would love to live in Germany. I would love to live in France. I would love to live in España. I would love to travel to like all these different places. have my passport ready. And it's kind of like, you know what, to go back to this reminds me a lot of when people bitch and moan about, oh, I'm deleting you off social media, or I'm quitting, or I'm doing, bye. You ain't gotta announce this, fucking leave. I hate when people gotta roll out the red carpet. They gotta do a whole pomp and circumstance. They gotta do the whole, strolling down the street of New Orleans, like, those homegoings that they be doing was like a big celebration. Ain't nobody said you had to bring the whole band out. Like, just if you gonna disappear, disappear. The promo budget for Lady Gaga's Abracadabra is 1 point. Oh, you talking about the video? That's high, but the real scandal is that Chart Data and Pop Crave are allegedly being paid $50,000. Well, can y'all send me that money so I can start talking about it too? Well, look at y'all out here paying people. Wait, I forgot. I said I would not be that person. Y'all not gonna pay me to be out in these streets, spreading bullshit so that way y'all can so that way no, I will not be bought. No, ma'am. If I had to snap back to reality. Well, you said Trump pulled Secret Service from Hunter and Ashley Biden and asked for the death of the Obama. And at what point are they going to impeach him over this? Like, you're literally out here talking about killing presidents. And then he's out and their children. And also said that all of Biden's orders that he put in place is null and void. So guess what? With the next president coming, we could do that to your stuff too. But you can't null and void anything a president has done. What is he talking about? He's an idiot. Oh, you said I don't trust that Carol lady. She seems sketchy. That's because these business people don't embrace risk as much as they claim they do. It's easy to buy and merge something that creates something entirely new. Yeah. They were saying that, why don't you just create your own? But yeah, that's kind of like how it was, or how it is. All right, y'all. So let's get into some Drag Race news. I was going to do our usual recap of RuPaul's Drag Race this week. However, that episode was so god awful that I was like, I'm not even going to break it down and do a recap. We'll get back to our regularly scheduled program next week. But we'll mention like the things that happened in regards to the situation. So let's talk about our eliminated queen, Lydia Butthole Collins, which if y'all watched the last episode that we did, I forget who it was, but they revealed in the comments that Lydia was going to be eliminated in tonight's episode. But I knew it was going to be between, I said it's probably going to be Lana Jarrett and Lydia. That's probably going to be in the bottom two this week, just based off of who's left. So yeah, but turned out to be correct. But I didn't want to know who went home. So it was before I watched it. But anyway, let's get into the story. So Pittsburgh drag queen Lydia Butthole Collins was cut loose I was cut loose in Friday's acting-centered episode of RuPaul's Drag Race. You know what, Lucy? I hate you because now every time I see that line, I'm going to be forever singing your damn song. So now she spoke with Newsweek's Parting Shot about her unfortunate lip sync mishap, her impressive performance at the Villains Roast, and her romance without finance with fellow season 17 Corey King. Now, she reflected on the disastrous lip sync that saw her eliminated. Now, after flunking the Ross Matthews versus the Ducks acting challenge, which of course was based off of Truman Capote and the Swans. In episode 11, the crafty queen Lydia Butthole Collins was put in the bottom two alongside her competitor, Lana Jarrett. Both queens had landed in the bottom twice before, so it was anyone's game until Lydia attempted a scissor trick that went awry. While lip-syncing to Sam Smith and Kim Petras' sultry smash song, Unholy, which, after this, can we officially retire that damn song? I cannot tell you how much I am so over that song. I'm tired of hearing it. The song irritates me. And Sam Smith, I don't know what was going on up there. You was giving me Jim Carrey in Sonic with your whole look and the twirly mustache and I just don't know what the hell was going on with that whole look. But okay, you out here trying to talk about people fashions and you be looking on this. Now, because you were told, what would he tell her that she probably need to cinch more? Oh, it was Susie too. That's who he told that need to cinch the hello outfit. I liked her look though, but maybe she needed to cinch a little bit. But anyway, So yeah, they said the thick material didn't cut as easily as anticipated, and the drag star was left frantically attempting to hack her way through the song as it continued on. In the end, she half gave up trying to step her way out of the bottom of the dress. Yeah, then her foot got caught. I was like, damn, you messed it up. Because I will admit this. Here's the thing. She was doing good in the lip sync. When she started doing her little Lydia-isms and she was showing how restrictive she was in the dress, I really feel if she could have worked that to her advantage, she would have won the lip sync. She fucked up when she tried to channel her in a Scarlet Envy and cut her way out of that dress. The difference between her and Scarlet Envy and her was that the fabric on Scarlett's gown when she was performing Last Dance up against Raja O'Hara was that it was thinner. So she was able to get her way out of that outfit a lot easier. And with the beat, she kicked the dress off the stage. Lydia's outfit literally looked like somebody area rugs that was stitched together, or bathroom area rugs to be specific. That fabric, I was just like, I wasn't feeling it. I mean, it was cute for what it was, but I was like, and another thing I was wondering too, is this only does this only apply to All Stars where you can't change into a movable outfit during the lip sync? Or is it that in Drag Race you have to be even down to the lip sync, the runway, all that stuff, you have to continue to wear that same outfit? I wonder if that's the case, because in All Stars, we've seen many a times the girls go backstage when the judges or they're deliberating, whatever, when it's up for like the lip sync for the win, or if it's an elimination, whatever the case is. Or remember when they were doing like the reveal yourself or the lip sync assassin, that they would change into their outfit that they were going to wear to their performance outfit. So I wonder I just want to know what the rules are in regards to that. So yeah, so then they said, realizing she couldn't step out without falling over, she awkwardly performed with one leg still in the gown. Then she dropped to the floor and attempted to pull the garment over her heels. Now, speaking to Entertainment Weekly, because you know they stay getting the exclusives, Lydia has confirmed that she didn't rehearse the stunt, which might explain why it went so wrong. She said, those scissors were just sitting in my breast cup for the entire night. In hindsight, I should have just kept them there and kept chucking along with the lip sync. She went on to suggest that she got in her head while trying to slash open the dress, saying that Kim Petra's verse was last 9 years when you're trying to cut yourself out of the gown made of thick Oh my God. Now, didn't I sit up in here and say that I literally said it looked like area rug material, right? This bitch literally just said in the thing, she said it was made of thick carpet material and faux fur. I said it looked like a damn area rug in the bathroom. And here we go with the thing. But anyway, she went on to suggest that she got in her head while trying to slash open the dress. So she said it was a recipe for disaster. Mix that with panic, dread, and disappointment from the judges. Pack your bags. I was just hoping for a miracle at that point. It was like, yeah, I could definitely feel like she felt defeated after she couldn't get out of that dress. I could definitely sense it. Now, I was feeling on that. But like I said, if you would have, because I was watching the show, I'm like, wait a minute, didn't they see a queen do this before? And like I said, it was Scarlet Envy that cut her way out of her dress because she was performing up against Raja O'Hara. But she ended up going home too, which was funny that happened. So it's like two girls. So I guess next time, if y'all gonna be up there lip syncing, make sure y'all can move around in y'all outfits. I know y'all be thinking about how cute stuff is gonna look depending on the challenge or the runway challenge. But yeah, y'all gotta make sure that the fabric is, in case you end up in the bottom, you gonna lip sync. You gotta be able to easily remove certain things. Make Velcro your friend. Have tearaways. Y'all really have to think ahead in regards to the tricks of the trade in regards to the fashions. So now, elsewhere in the interview, Lydia opened up about that infamous situation that happened in the beginning of the episode, that mirror message that Arrietty left about Anya Nerve's breath. Now, at the beginning, as y'all know, season 11, I was about to say the queers. I mean, they are queer, but the queens returned to the workroom following Arrietty's elimination and were confronted by her message, which read, as one smelly bitch to another, Onya, please brush your teeth. Onya went on to tearfully reveal that she has a medical condition which affects her dental hygiene. Online, the Drag Race fandom erupted with disgust at Arrietty's hateful send-off remark. Now, sharing her thoughts on the furor, Lydia said, "It's no secret that Arrietty might be good at doing drag. Some might say surprisingly. Her runways will be missed heavily. Getting eliminated is a tough thing, so she was probably just fired up in the moment." She continued and said this. She said, "It was definitely uncalled for, but I don't think either of them hold hard feelings. If you have hate, put it on my page for the engagement boost. Don't send it to Arrietty." Onya was quick to share love for Arrietty when the fandom raised their pitchforks, as she has since doubled down on her support of her season 17 sister. She told Entertainment Weekly that she forgave Arrietty right after the incident happened, but admitted that watching the episode back wasn't fun. But the good thing about it is the fans have my back recently, revealing that the fans have gifted her over really? Y'all can look, even though it don't, y'all can sit up and say my breath stink and then give me $1,000. But that's what they are here saying, that she got $1,000 after the incident. She says, "So when bad things happen, good things are right around the corner. I forgive Arrietty. She's a friend and more importantly, a sister, and life moves on." So look, we all know Arrietty was in the moment. That was a low blow. You took someone's insecurity and decided to exploit it for your own personal gain. That was evil. It was hurtful. And look, Anya got in her dig and said what she said when we watched the episode. And unfortunately, hopefully Arrietty learned her lesson. That's like, if you know that there's some insecurities that people have, maybe she didn't discuss it with you. Maybe she discussed it with Jules, and Jules went and said it to Arrietty, and she realized that was your insecurity. So she decided to take something that you knew was a trigger and decided to exploit it on TV. But that is forever. And I kind of wonder, because I understand like Anya doesn't want, Anya's probably trying to be the big sis or whatever the case is, and doesn't want so much hate going to a queen. But I feel like maybe a lot of times, we fans and stuff, we get a little too carried away with a lot of stuff, and we tend to go in and we ready to go and drag and mollywop these girls on social media and say hateful stuff, which we shouldn't send hate to the queens. I understand it. Like, let's just watch the show. Let's be outraged over it and keep it. Look, I put all my energy into these recaps. That's where I put my stuff. If I'm going to say what I got to say and keep moving, I'm not saying it just to be like, let me just go on and send hate to these celebrities, or these queens. But based off of what I'm watching in the show and at the moment, I'm just saying, like, yeah, what you did was mean. It was uncalled for. I'm glad they worked it out. But Arrietty, just be mindful of like some of the things you say and do. She's human. We all make mistakes. We all say hateful stuff. Trust and believe. There have been many things that I have said about people in the heat of the moment. And we'll go back and like, damn, I think I went a little too far with that. But I was pissed. It's not excusing the behavior, but I was pissed in the moment. I wanted to really gut you and make you feel the way I hurt. Like I told y'all, when it comes to me, y'all go low. I will circle the 5 rings of hell just so you could feel the overall anger and pain that you have inflicted on me. I want you to leave running in tears or your feelings being hurt or wishing you would find the nearest cliff and jump. Like that's how I get when I get pissed. There's no bottom for me. But I'm glad they were able to work it out. And like, child, I can't wait for this reunion. Because this is going to be a good reunion. I know some people out here saying this season's been boring. I'm like, I don't know what the hell y'all watching, but this season was not boring. I was like, I mean, maybe that last episode was boring, but there's been a lot of drama, a lot of stuff. Like the girls have been feeding us in regards of like stuff to talk about, especially. And I think maybe the reason why we're looking at this last episode being boring is because last week's episode, the Drag Race and the Untucked was so good that with that roast, that is like, damn, now where do we go after that? So now we get in this episode with Ross Matthews' horrible ass acting. Even Cheyenne Jackson fine ass couldn't save us with that horrible script. And yeah, Onya did her thing, but it really wasn't standing out for me. And to me, girl, between Lydia not being able to get herself out her outfit, y'all not using glue for y'all wigs to keep it on attached to y'all head, and Lana Jarrett not wearing a bra, and her titties literally falling out of her dress. Like, how y'all got drag mothers And y'all drag mothers got y'all out here looking a mess. So you want to know something? They already said the children is our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. What are you drag mothers out here doing? Are y'all teaching y'all kids what need to be taught, or y'all just attaching them to your bosom in name only, but you're not out here really being a mother of the house, of these houses, these drag houses that y'all should be mothering these kids and making sure they're not going out the house looking a mess, because they really putting a stain on y'all legacy. Shout out to Trinity, because Trinity is out here. Look, we ain't seen not one misstep from her daughter. And I forgot that Jewel Sparkles is her granddaughter. And yeah, that whole situation is like all over the place. So do I have anything else to add to that? No, I'm good. But I was sitting there trying to think. Well, I don't even think that I need to read the Arrietty message in regards to the thing, because I feel like I read it already, because that was gonna be the next article in regards of the situation. Oh wait, hold on, because there's more to add to that, so I will read it. So okay, that'll be our next topic. But overall, I want to hear what you guys think of this, of what Lydia Butthole Collins had to say about, her gaffe with the gown and fumbling the lip sync, and her thoughts on what Arrietty said about Onya Nerve. So whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. So I was like, where are we? I said, I blame Kim Petras for Scissorgate. Lydia should have cut it in the workroom before she walked the runway. Yeah, she should have been better prepared in regards to that. I hope Arrietty gets a redemption arc in the future All-Stars, but best of luck to Lydia. I forgot. Yeah, she allegedly supposed to be on there. I'm just amazed how shamelessly there. I can't. Everybody saying that. I don't know why I still got Lexi in my top 4, but I feel like if she fumbled bad next week, I'm definitely feel like, oh no, I don't see it for Lexi. I'm about to start literally switching her for Jewel Sparkles. Like, I would love to see Jewel Sparkles in my top 4, but that's going to be one of my questions coming up, because I'm going to ask y'all who y'all think is going to be in the top 4. No, that was not Medea. That was On Your Nerves. And they said this season is way more entertaining than season 16. Exactly. And shout out to my girl, oh my God, I forget Safira Crystal. I'm like, how I forget her damn name? But yeah, that season was all right. All right, y'all. So now let's get into this On Your Nerves story, because I was like, I did see there was way more to the article than what I had read. I just paraphrased a lot of the other stuff, but apparently, yes, Onya has spoken out regarding to Arrietty's hateful post, or should we say shady post, Shady Pines post, in regards of, I was like, wait a minute, what's going on? Because I got the same thing open twice. In regards to what, she has said about On Your Nerves, mouth. Which, if she ever thought about changing her drag name, she could change it to Halitosis or Halitosis. So now, can you imagine? Is there a drag queen out there named Halitosis? That would be hilarious if that was. And then, if you do name yourself that, you got to make sure your brother's on point all the time. So now, the remaining queens of RuPaul's Drag Race Season 17 confirmed that Arrietty's lipstick mirror message solidified her as the villain of the season, but they are ready to forgive and move on. Is she really the villain of the season? Well, she did kind of. That last episode, it was bad. But I'm like, there's been multiple villains. I mean, I guess we could put Joella up in there too, but maybe Arrietty does get the crown for that. If they would do Miss Congeniality, well, they do Congeniality, I feel like it would go to Onya. And if it was Villain of the Season, they should start doing that, though. They should start giving out awards for Villain of the Season. It will go to Arrietty. Look, speaking to live up into your villain era. And like if it was Isabel Brooks' season, Mistress Isabel Brooks' season, which was what, season 15? She'd win the award too. Season 16 would have probably went to Plain Jane. So look, I'm giving y'all an idea. You don't even got to pay me for a World of Wonder. Start a villain of the season award like y'all do Miss Congeniality. Now, speaking of Entertainment Weekly in Vegas, where the top 6 contestants are in town celebrating the 1,000th episode of RuPaul's Drag Race Live on Saturday, Jules Sparkles said she didn't fully process the eliminated queen's message when she was tasked with reading it at the start of Friday's episode. I literally read it, and you could kind of see I turned around and everyone's face was kind of in shock. And I was like, wait, what does it say? Then I had to read it again. I was like, oh, I was just so out of it. I wasn't really present. So it didn't click. I could definitely understand that, because when you're dealing with RuPaul's Drag Race, when you're in the midst of all that mess and you're about to go home, you're not really thinking clearly. It's just like you're coming down off this adrenaline high. And I'm walking into a room. It's like I didn't even process what she wrote in that mirror message. I was just reading it from one smelly chick to another. Just please brush your teeth. And it's like, wait, what? So I didn't pay attention, because if I really would have been away, I was like, let me spray it real quick. Let me wipe off the mirror. I'm not even reading it. Like, I would try to spare her feelings. That would have been me. But for the most part, but I know production, no, you have to read it, because they need it for the dramatics of it all for the show. So the message left on the mirror in the previous episode of Seattle's Fashion Elf, by Seattle's Fashion Elf, read, as one smelly bitch to another, Onya, please brush your teeth. Now, what viewers didn't learn until the following episode was that the goodbye message referenced a dental condition that Onya had only spoken about off camera because it was such an insecurity for her. Is this real? Lingerie recalls of seeing the message acknowledging that she didn't think Onya had opened up to Arrietty about her issue. I didn't know they talked that closely that she would tell her that information. Also, I was like, why would you write that? Why would you make the last moment on Drag Race negatively about someone else? And so maybe, like I said, maybe she smelled Onya breath and was like, ooh, her breath stink, or whatever the case is, or because she was close with Jules Sparkles, which Jules did say that she has confided in some of the girls behind the scenes that this was the insecurity, that Jules actually brought this up to Arrietty, and Arrietty decided, oh, I'm going to put this in my little arsenal. I'm putting this little bullet in the chamber, so whenever I got to pow this broad with my words, I got to verbally assassinate her, then this is where I'm going to go with it. And then there we have it. So then they said, that's not a good way to go out. She continues, it was very sad. I know Arrietty is a sweetheart, and there's so much more to her drag and her art, but showing that side of her just further confirms that she's the villain that everybody thinks she is, because I just didn't like it. I think she thought it was a joke, but some jokes, as we know from the girls, are not funny. That wasn't funny. Well, maybe it's because, and you know what, when you say that you thinking it's a joke, that's why she bombed the roast challenge, because Arrietty is not a joker girl. Some people mistake, and we've said this many times when you watch RuPaul's Drag Race, there's a difference between roast jokes and being shady. And I think a lot of times there are not people who know how to do that. There are people that know how to do a roast, like a Ginger Minge, like a Alaska, or even who else? Bianca Del Rio. And then you get your Arrietties and your pheromones. So, there's some people who don't know how to articulate that difference. And so, yeah, it doesn't come across as comedy. It doesn't come across as a roast. It comes across as mean-spirited. So Lexi Love said this. She said it was a belittling moment. I don't think any of us had belittled each other yet. I didn't feel anybody had disrespected each other. We had all challenged each other. We had all accused each other of stuff, but none of us had actually attacked our insecurities. However, the Queen said that it would be a defining moment for Arrietty, for one of the fans, or one that fans send her hate over. So they said, I didn't want to think that it was intentional to hurt Onya, Lana insists, because I feel like she genuinely thought she was having a kiki moment with her. For her part, Onya said that she forgave Arrietty right after the incident happened, even before they had a chance to discuss it after filming. But she said seeing it still stung. Watching it on the show, I had to relive what I felt in real time, and it wasn't fun. But the good thing about it is that the fans had my back recently, sharing that viewers have sent her well over $1,000 since the incident. So what, was that supposed to be towards your dental bill? So when bad things happen, good things happen. Good things are right around the corner. I forgave Arrietty. She's a friend and, more importantly, a sister, and life moves on. Now, speaking of which, when they were saying they were in Vegas to be a part of that whole RuPaul's Drag Race Live, does that mean it aired already? I must have been. Well, y'all know I was busy this weekend, so I didn't really get to see it. I may have to check Wow Presents Plus to see if it is. Wait, you mean this whole time I damn. Hold on, let me check and see, because I was like, did it air on Wow Presents Plus already? Because I was like, I've been wanting to see it. I didn't know if it came out. Oh, it did. I was like, yeah, I didn't even know that it came out. So yeah, apparently the RuPaul's Drag Race live show already aired over the weekend. And so if y'all actually want to go check it out, you definitely can do that. I was like, well, damn, where was I the whole time? Oh, yeah, I forgot I was busy, so I didn't get around to watching it. So I'm going to definitely try to catch it. I don't know if I'll be able to catch it today, but I'm going to catch it sometime this week, maybe tomorrow, because I know there's a lot of stuff I got to catch up on. So now, they said that Onya knows firsthand what it's like to be on the other end of fan reaction after facing some heat herself. Excuse me, after 2 previous indiscretions during design challenges. The only thing that I was thinking about is she's going to have to experience what I experienced, but times probably 100. She recalls knowing that Arrietty what she had stepped into. So I did nothing but feel bad for her for what I knew she was going to go through, because what I went through is probably just a fraction of the reaction she's going to get for that incident. But here's the thing. I understand that you want to try to play mama bear and protect people from the things that they do, but you also have to realize this, Onya, that some people just go ahead, when you put stuff out in the universe, with that energy you put out, you're going to get back. You know, no one knows to the extent you're going to get back, but you got to allow people to go through the things that they go through. She's the one that decided to go there and really go far down below the belt. That is like, you can't protect people from what they're going to receive. So you sitting there all the time feeling bad for her. But it was like, when you was going through the things you were going through, was that energy reciprocated? That's what I would be curious about. But they said, but the Queen jokes that being involved in yet more drama was almost the straw that broke the camel's back for her, saying what that incident with me and Arrietty happened. I literally was like, if another mother effing thing happens to me on this mother effing show, I'm going to walk myself out the door. So yeah, they basically said that the 1000 show at RuPaul Drag Race Live at the Flamingo Hotel in LA, it broadcast live Saturday at 9:30 on Wow Presents Plus, and then it's on the channel. So yeah, I definitely got to check that, because I didn't even know it aired. But you know, I love my drag. But and I want to ask y'all before we move on. So you know, we're down to the top 6, and so we got our Jewel Sparkles, Lana Jarrett, Lexi Love, Anya Nerve, Sam Starr, and Susie Too. So I know a lot of people's going back and forth in regards of like who they think that is going to be in their top 4. And, you know, it kept changing depending on who it was. And I was sitting there like genuinely, you know, curious of like who you guys think are going to be in your top 4. Now for me, my top picks in so many ways are the following. Like I go back and forth. Like Susie Two's always been in the top. I feel like Susie's going to win. It's going to be between Susie and Anya. Those are my top 2. Sam Starr is also someone that I felt like has kind of been a dark Trojan horse. So I'm looking at her as being up there as well. But I had a lot of people in my comments. And I think it goes back between Jewel Sparkles and Lexi. But Lexi really hasn't been giving what I was expecting her to win. I mean, to give, I don't think she's going to win. And some people feel like she's being carried. So it kind of makes me wonder, is it because, you know, RuPaul's Drag Race has been dragged so much about their lack of representation of trans performers that they think that, well, we got to keep Lexi around because we don't want to look like the people that eliminated her. But if you're on Drag Race and you're not doing what needs to be done, you can't constantly be just being safe. And we're not just going to save a girl because she's transgender. Like, to me, that's some DEI shit. Like, we're not just going to keep you around because we want to show how diverse we are. It's like, no, if they're not up for the job, then they got to go. So a lot of people, it was in my comments with the following. One said Jules, Sam, Lexi, and Onya is their choice. But I told y'all, mine is basically Lexi, Onya, Sam, and Susie. But if Lexi, you fuck up one more damn time and get in your head, I'm about to swap you out and put Jules up in there. Now, this another person said precisely what I think the top 4 as well, and I think the win will probably be Susie or Anya Nerve. Another person said, Felix said Anya, Sam, Lexi, and Susie. I think it's either going to be Anya or Susie that wins the season. That's what I said. Like, clearly you can see that they're the strongest contestants. Another person said Jules, Anya, Sam, and Susie. So I feel like one person said, I agree. I'm ready for Lexi to be eliminated already because that trend she does for every runway is ridiculous. And any other contestant would have been read earlier on that and more and likely eliminated. And it's funny because when she came down that runway, I was like, girl, another damn train trailer behind you. So yeah, I definitely want to hear from you guys. Who do you think is going to be in the top 4 once we get past next week's? Well, after next week is the top 5. And then we get the top 4. So I do feel like it's on that. Like, I could definitely see it's either going to be between either Lexi, Lana, and Jules. One of those 3 is probably going to be in the bottom next week, going up against each other. I could definitely see like Lana Jarre, your days is numbered, Chad. So I definitely want to hear from you who y'all choices would be in regards to all this. Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So now he said Joella is not a villain. She got delusional early out edit. Arrietty got an unfavorable villain edit that painted her out very harsh and dislikable, like how Candy, Vixen, and Raja were edited. PJ, Mistress, and maybe Bianca, if you consider her a villain, got a more favorable villain edit that painted them off as mean but still likable and someone else to root for. Yeah. Well, Bianca Del Rio was like good friends with Rue's roommate, Lady Bunny. So she was somebody who we all knew about, and she used to do a show with my friend Dangan Nardicio. So Bianca was pounding the pavement in New York before she got to go on Drag Race. So she was very much well known. But yeah, Joelle was definitely delusional. All right, y'all. So let's get into our final topic. Let's talk about the Vivienne because it has been revealed what her cause of death was. That we have been talking about her a lot lately. And I remember they said it was like they couldn't find anything that was going on with her, but apparently they said they found ketamine in her system. Isn't there a drag queen by the name of Ketamine that I think is from the UK? So yeah, they're saying that she tragically passed away at the age of 32, where their body was discovered in the bathroom of their home in Charlton by Beckford near Chester on January 5th of this year. Now, in a statement provided by Attitude, the performance manager and friend Simon Jones confirmed that they had passed away from the effects of ketamine use, causing a cardiac arrest. Now, Jones added, he said, I hope that by us releasing this information, we could raise awareness about the dangers of ongoing ketamine usage and what it could do to your body. Ketamine usage is on the rise, particularly amongst young people, and I don't think the full dangers of the drug are being discussed. Well, isn't that ketamine queen Elon Musk? Don't he be using that too, allegedly? Because, child, they been saying that she be always in a damn K-hole. Now, an inquest was opened by area coroner Victoria Davies on February 12th, who stated that further investigation was required, adjourning the inquest until June 30th. Now, throughout their career, James was open about their past struggles with drug addiction, particularly ketamine. In a 2019 episode of RuPaul's Drag Race UK, they discussed their 4-year battle with the addiction, attributing it partly to the demanding lifestyle of a drag entertainer. Because I think, like, if you do K, you stay up for days. I've never done K. I knew people that did. And I'm sitting there like, K was like big in the 90s. Now it's like all the kids are back using it again, but I guess what goes around comes around, right? Like everything is cyclical in regards to the drugs. Before it was meth, and now the gays are like on K. In response to their laws, James' family is partnering with Adfarade, a UK-based charity supporting individuals struggling with substance abuse and mental health struggles. The collaboration aims to highlight the risks of ketamine and ensure that those in need have access to the right support. Now, this April, Adfarade will launch Only Human, a national lottery-funded initiative focused on reducing stigma around addiction, encouraging open conversations, and providing resources to those affected. James's family will play a key role in the campaign, using their platform to push for greater awareness. Now, James's sister, Chanel Williams, spoke in a statement shared with Attitude about the devastating impact on her brother's death and the urgent need for better education on the risks associated with ketamine. Saying, quote, "We continue to be completely devastated by James's sudden death. Ketamine is an extremely dangerous drug that has become more and more prevalent in the UK. If we can help raise awareness of the dangers of this drug and help people who may be dealing with ketamine addiction, then something positive will come from this complete tragedy." Donna Chavez, a spokesperson for Adfarade, echoed the concerns about the growing prevalence of ketamine use, saying, "We are incredibly grateful to James's family for choosing to support and work with us on this campaign. The decision to speak out will help raise vital awareness of the impact substance abuse use can have. We are seeing a worrying rise in the number of people using ketamine, often unaware of the serious risk it poses to their physical and mental health. Addiction can affect anyone, and too many people suffer in silence due to stigma and lack of understanding. By opening conversations and challenge misconceptions, we can help prevent further tragedies that support those in need to find hope and recovery." Now, for those of you who are looking to seek support, for those affected by substance abuse or mental health challenges, Adfarade, that'd be ADFERIAD, provides assistance across Wales and England. It also operates Parkland Place, a detox and rehabilitation center offering specialist care for individuals recovering from substance abuse. So that's usually, if you're in the UK, those are the things that can help you. But they said for confidential support, you can contact Adfarade at 0300-777-2260 or visit their website. Now, hold on, let me put it in the banner situation so that way y'all can read it or get the number. That's how they numbers be looking. So yeah, that's the number that y'all can call if y'all in the UK that you want to, get ahead of it. I'm sure that we have some places that can help with ketamine abuse or any kind of substance abuse in the US. This is from Attitude, so it's a UK website. So I'm basically going to be providing the information regarding of that. So I do feel like this is something that is definitely needs to be talked about. Unfortunately, this is the way we lost the Vivian, but I'm glad that we're in a place where, unfortunately, because she passed from this situation, that it sparks a conversation, and those who are fans of the Vivian and those who are part of our community, that this will wake you up and realize if you have a ketamine problem, that you will get the help that you need and that it will be provided so that way you don't end up in the same situation. Because this is why I was like, I don't be messing around with these drugs, because who knows what was probably, what if there was some fentanyl that was up in that? So you can't be trusting these drugs and stuff out here in these streets. The way that y'all be lacing things with things these days, I don't trust it as far as I can throw them. So may the Vivian rest in peace. I'm actually looking forward to the documentary that they're going to be, World of Wonder is working on. And hopefully they will expand on this a lot more. And hopefully in the documentary, they'll provide at the end, sites, numbers, all the other things that we could look into that could help people who are not only in the UK, but in the US and beyond, where you can call if you have an addiction that you want to get under control. So shout out to you to Vivian. Unfortunately, we lost a good one to the drugs. So I want to hear from you guys. What do you think of this story? Whatever your thoughts are, let me know in the comments down below. All right, y'all. So let's get to some of these comments. You said, I wouldn't wish addiction onto anyone. I've seen it and I've gone through it. And I wouldn't either. I hope the show talks about substance abuse when they give their in memoriam to her in the season 17 finale. That, and I already heard, I believe that they already shot the next season of Drag Race UK. And I also believe that they shot All Stars or something, or is it UK versus the World, the new season? I remember hearing, I've heard that they already started filming a lot of stuff and they're about to go into doing season 18 and very soon. Dropkick Murphy got banned on Twitter on St. Patrick's Day. That's like banning Santa on. Who the hell is Dropkick Murphy? She died the same. Yep. And that's why I say it's becoming like this big thing, this pandemic or epidemic. You got Matthew Perry dying from ketamine. She's always had issues with ketamine in the past. And it's like, you do the drugs and then all of a sudden, you stop doing the drugs, and then the minute you go back into it after you haven't done it for a long period of time, that's the one that does you in. It's kind of like with Wendy Williams admitting she did have a drink the other day when she went out. It's like, sis, but she's like, I'm done with it. I'm like, how do we know you telling the truth this time? Speaking of ketamine, when will okay. It's a year like I was surprised when I found out Prince died because of fentanyl. Mm-hmm. Didn't Michael? No, that was propofol. I've said that so sad that she relapsed. She would talk about her recovery, and it genuinely moved me. Yeah, it happens. It's like the pressure, the overall pressure of performing, and the overall demand. Like she was extremely busy, and I understand. Like sometimes people just didn't know how to deal with being overwhelmed with things, and then the comfort for them is to resort to drugs, and unfortunately that's like what happened. So I just wish that there was mechanisms that people could learn, like how do you navigate through this craziness? How are you able to balance being a celebrity and the demand that it takes to be a performer and all those things? Gaga just shouted out Madge and her Innovator of the Year speech as one of her inspirations. And yes, I'm watching your show because I got on you at the last time. Like you're a traitor because you were watching Wendy Williams. Wait, what are you watching? When you said that Innovator. Wait, what award show was going on that I didn't even know about? But look, if she goes and says Madonna is one of her inspirations, then people need to shut the hell up. Can we all move on from all of this? Oh, I didn't know that about Tom Petty. So I hope her All-Star 7 run didn't influence this or put pressure on her. Yeah, I hope not as well. Oh, the iHeartRadio. I've totally forgot about that. I'll probably catch it another time. I'm sure it's going to end up on one of the streaming services. I'll just power through it. Maybe I'll catch it tomorrow. Now, speaking of tomorrow, I will see y'all tomorrow. So I want to thank you all for tuning into the latest episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I was not expecting this to be a 4-hour show, but look, we had a lot of stuff to catch up on. And so I thank you all for tuning in. I thank you all for jumping in the comments and keeping this show as lively as usual. Definitely hit that like button and the subscribe button, and also be sure to smash the notification bell so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. As I stated, I'll be back on tomorrow with more celebrity news and gossip and more kiki time with my favorite people, They'll be up in here in the live situation with me. You said Taylor Swift is getting tour of the century and going to show footage from the opening night. Okay. Well, I'll definitely be checking it out tomorrow, and then we'll talk about what happened at the iHeart Music Awards or Radio Awards, if it's worth talking about. If there were some great highlights or whatever the case is, we'll talk about it. So, love you all for watching. Thank you all for tuning in. And until next time, which is in 24 hours or less, ciao, darlings.